Good afternoon. We're going to call this meeting to order. The crowd is going to grow, but Senator Brooks is going to have a small but distinguished group of the committee to hear the bill. They'll become more expert as a result. So, Senator Brooks, you're on.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Rosapep and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on SB 803. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. The purpose of this bill is to create a second deadline by which the counties and school systems can designate an expense as a one-time non-recurring. Maryland's maintenance of effort is called an MOE, school funding law enacted by the General Assembly requires that the counties maintain the same amount of funding for education per pupil each year. However, not every investment need to be a continued yearly appropriation. Sometimes there are one-time expenditures or expenses or non-recurring costs. Non-recurring costs allow county governments to provide one-time school funding for one-time educational costs without triggering perpetual mandates. This allows for investments in things like computer labs, technology enhancements, new program costs, or even new library books to be exempt from the state's MOE calculations. Currently, for school systems to receive a waiver for a one-time investment or non-recurring costs, they must apply to the Maryland State Department of Education by March 31. However, the current system presents a major barrier for educational investments by local government. The March deadline is several months before most counties complete their annual budget and before they may be aware of extra funds which could be utilized for these one-time expenses. This means that the counties have to plan for non-recurring costs before they know whether or not they have additional funds for school. SB 803 merely provides a second date of June 1 by which the counties and the school systems could agree to designate an expense as non-recurring. This will allow counties the additional time to finalize their budgeting process before seeking exemption, thus providing them with a second opportunity to seek their non-recurring expenditures, non-recurring exemptions, I should say. When it comes to educating our students, we should not let available local money be left on the table because of one arbitrary deadline. SB 803 will give the counties more flexibility when it comes to investing in our students. For that reason, I'm requesting a favorable report. And I do have a panel.
Thank you, Senator. Sure.
There were two. Is Kevin here? Kevin Connolly.
Yeah. Why don't your panel come up and join?
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
We have two listed as favor, Mr. Connelly.
Yes.
And Mr. Thoreau. Please proceed.
It's on.
It's on.
Hello, my name is Stephen Theroux. I'm from Anne Arundel County's Office of the Budget. I do represent Anne Arundel County for all things on the operating budget side. So as was spoken very eloquently by the senator here, the current process does provide a forcing of us to be very conservative in our appropriations to the boards of education. The new deadline instituted under the Senate bill, the proposed Senate bill, would allow us more flexibility to provide additional funds to the boards of education, helping further enhance our abilities to provide funding to our local boards. The current process is far too early compared to when our budgets are proposed. For Anne Arundel County, our budget is proposed on May 1st and not passed until late in June. So a March deadline is multiple months ahead of when we have any idea of how much funding will be available for the next fiscal year. On this deadline to be extended to include funds that are one-time in nature has to be mutually agreed upon by both the boards of education and the local jurisdictions. So the only outcome of this legislation passing would be to further enhance local funding for our school systems. So we would love this to be a added tool in our toolbox to provide more funding to our boards of education, and I'm happy to ask any questions.
Members of the committee, the senator, the witness. Okay. Thank you all very, very much. We have Kevin Kennelly is signed up, but I guess he's not here.
I don't think he is.
That's okay. He's here in
Okay.
spirit. He's got written testimony.
All right.
And then we have Ria Gupta. Please come on up.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Rosapep and committee members. My name is Ria Gupta, representing Strong Schools Maryland. As you know, we are a network of education advocates dedicated to ensuring the full funding and faithful implementation of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, which calls for an equitable investment into the Maryland education system. I'm here today to strongly oppose Senate Bill 803. One thing that came with the passage of the Blueprint came with is innovative funding approaches by the General Assembly and administration, the reinforcement of this concept of wealth equalized, where both the state and local jurisdictions come together to fully fund Maryland's education system. This bill jeopardizes the functioning of this well thought out funding mechanism. Overall, we are concerned that Senate Bill 803 mischaracterizes costs that are in excess of the local share amount as non-recurring and supplemental, when those costs may be crucial and necessary to support students in the school districts. As the DLS fiscal and policy note said, the bill fails to define certain expenditures, providing no limit to the allowable exclusion. It also conflates the idea of local share of major education aid as a ceiling, when we know that it is truly the floor to fund their schools. And this also allows county and city governments to waive their commitment to fully fund the schools system in comparison to previous years. And honestly, we have no real understanding how this will impact local and state aid, leaving our students in limbo. We all know education costs in Maryland are rising due to economic factors like inflation, and because Maryland, with the passage of the Blueprint, recognized what it actually means to meet the needs of students so they can learn and thrive in school. Senate Bill 803 is an irresponsible attempt to shirk out the responsibility to fully fund schools at the local level. And for those reasons, we strongly urge an unfavorable report of Senate Bill 803.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Any questions from members of the committee? Thank you very much. I know that. So take Senator Corderman? Sure, let's take Senator Corderman. So Senator Corderman's bill is 1077. Yeah, bring up your panel, please.
All right. We good, Mr. Vice Chair? Good to go? All right. Thank you, folks. Colleagues, for the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, representing District 2, Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 1077, appropriation for school safety expenditures, school security employees. So the school resource officers adequate funding grant allocation has been set at $10 million since its inception in 2018 as part of the Safe to Learn Act. This grant fund can only be utilized to hire sworn law enforcement officers, SROs, to provide adequate coverage. Currently, there isn't any flexibility to hire school security employees, such as retired law enforcement officers, et cetera, through this grant funding. So what's this bill do? This bill would increase the grant allocation from 10 million to 15 million in fiscal 2026 and 20 million in fiscal 2027 each year thereafter. Additionally, though, it expands the authorized use of the grant funds to include school security employees. So school systems have more flexibility in hiring school security staff for our schools. Hiring SROs has been a challenge, just as the same in the law enforcement community. So this allows some flexibility to allow grant opportunities for the school security employees, which could be utilized in a manner probably in a variety of different school systems across the state. Finally, there's a change in the allocation funding based on a pure pupil basis as opposed to per school basis. However, We've already submitted an amendment to change that back. That was kind of unintended. And so that amendment should be uploaded. If not, we'll make sure the committee has it. So thank you for your consideration and respectfully ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Ganley, and I am the Supervisor of Safety and Security for Washington County Public Schools. I am here to voice my support and the support of the Washington County Board of Education for Senate Bill 1077. Keeping schools safe is a priority in every community, and we appreciate your continued support. Senate Bill 1077 will help local school boards enhance school safety by providing additional funding and flexibility. Washington County has 8 school resource officers for their 46 schools. The safety grant offers the funding necessary to contract additional officers to provide adequate coverage. School administrators are required to have after-school safety plans, and many of the plans request school resource officers and security to cover these activities. The school safety funding helps us maintain the adequate coverage needed for these events. Flexibility, that's a big part of the bill that we really like. Spending flexibility will allow boards of education the ability to use funds for school security staff. Our safety and security assistants serve the secondary schools in Hagerstown and Williamsport. These positions are proactive in addressing safety concerns. They assist in responding to concerning student behavior and help grow a positive school culture. During the last professional learning day, safety and security assistants conducted tabletop safety training for staff and completed first aid and CPR training. Students learn best when they are in a safe environment. Senate Bill 1077 provides the flexibility for school safety funds to be used for school security employees and not just for school resource officers. Both are important components to keeping our schools safe. On behalf of the Washington County Board of Education, I respectfully request a favorable report for Senate Bill 1077. Thank you.
Thank you.
On this bill, the next bill is Senator Reedy's, which is Senate Bill 841.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I just saw the chairman of this wonderful committee in my committee, so we're all like ships passing in the night. It's great to be with you all today
Welcome.
to present Senate Bill 841. It's actually a bill that will help put money back into the state's transportation trust fund, I think, long term, which will be great. I'd like to present this legislation. What we're seeking to do as we look at how we pay for, fund transportation, and how our taxpayers are burdened by how we do that. This bill would seek to restore transportation equity between the users of roads and those that use public transportation. Also seeks to protect the privacy of our constituents. This legislation includes 3 main items. One, it would repeal, beginning in 2025, the automatic motor fuel tax rate increases that are based on annual growth in the consumer price index. It would repeal that. It's been in place since 2013. So it's led to us having one of the highest gas taxes in the country. Number 2, it would prohibit the state or a local jurisdiction from imposing or levying a vehicle miles traveled tax or similar fee using GPS tracking of vehicles. And number 3, it would require that the Maryland Transit Administration recover phased in through 2029, a mandated percentage of operating cost for services through Farebox. Again, phased into fiscal year 2029. So just very quickly, I'll get into the details. Many of you know, of course, that the Transportation Infrastructure Act of 2013 requires the comptroller to announce an annual motor fuel tax rate increase, which is indexed to CPI every year. And July 1st of every year, it rises. It can never go down. It can only increase. And there's no cap on the increase. This year, after July 1st of this year, we now have the sales tax, gas tax accounts for 47 cents per gallon on the average of every gallon of gas sold in the state. Many Marylanders with the current inflationary climate are already struggling with the high price of gas, groceries, rent, and other essentials. This would repeal it and allow us to make a determination as a General Assembly about what the rate ought to be every year when we come back into session and be able to take a vote on that. Number 2, we all understand that the introduction and the incentivization to have hybrid and electric vehicles has caused us to have more and more electric vehicles and also that's not a bad thing necessarily at all. But we do know that electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, of course, also it's a challenge figuring out how to handle that. But one of the areas that folks have been discussing, and it's been discussed here even in Maryland over the last several years, an alternative to gas tax would be a per mile travel tax. There's a number of concerns associated with the state tracking where our constituents are driving and where they go. The Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees a right to privacy from unwarranted government intervention. So in order for the state to tax citizens per mile, the state would have to track their mileage. The other thing is a lot of times this is considered as an alternative, but we know that the way it's been presented in Maryland is that it might very well be on top of a gas tax. So it's a concern. It could be really would be a commuter tax on many of those who can least afford it, which is working poor and middle class folks in outlying areas. And then finally, so this bill would say that we cannot have a miles travel tax using GPS tracking to track folks' miles. And then third, this bill deals with fare box recovery, which has fallen to pretty dismal levels in our state, unfortunately. Prior to fiscal year 2018, the Maryland Transit Administration was required to recover at least 35% of total operating costs for bus, light rail, and metro subway services throughout the state and all passenger railroad services. State law further required MTA to set fare prices and collect other operating revenues in an amount sufficient to achieve this level of 35% fare box recovery. That was repealed after 2018. In FY22, MTA bus, light rail, and commuter rail operating costs achieved a fare box recovery of 7%, 6%, 8%, 8% respectively. So we're now under 10% fare box recovery. This disparity shows, and it's attached, I've submitted it with my testimony. You'll see the vast amount of subsidy that Maryland drivers are paying for public transportation. It was already a high amount of subsidization, but since 2021, it's really jumped. And if you look at the chart, we're at a point now where the Transportation Trust Fund, about 50% of it is going to mass transit versus about 25% of it going to highway and bridge spending. So gas tax dollars are excessively subsidizing transit to a level where we've got, as I said, a fare box recovery of under 10% on average. So this bill would return that to gradually return that to a 35% fare box recovery requirement by 2029. It phases it in modestly, starting with 15% in FY25 and rising 5% each year until it reaches 35% in FY 2029. So in summary, one of my big priorities down here, and I think all of us are concerned about the cost of living that our constituents are facing in so many ways. And there's some things that we, of course, can do and some things we can't do. We can't necessarily battle nationwide inflation with our actions completely, but this legislation would allow for some relief. It would put more responsibility on these very large transit systems where only a small percentage of our commuters use them to have a little bit less of a subsidization, still heavily subsidized, but less so. And it would also protect privacy for our Maryland drivers. So I'd respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 841 and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions for the senator? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on back to, I guess we skipped over my bill, 974. So there's a panel that want to come forward. So I don't think it's any secret. We've been, I think, as a society, figuring out that mental health is critically important. And I'm grateful for the fact that we have been thinking about it more, working on those issues and thinking about what is necessary to provide some support and services to our community. This bill simply provides a funding mechanism for the 988 system, which was established by the federal government to ensure that folks had effectively a lifeline on mental health issues that they could reach. We've been implementing the system, as this committee knows. We've been funding it as I would call them, on a temporary basis, if you will, until we came up with an appropriate funding mechanism. I believe this is that appropriate mechanism. It is 25 cents on your phone bill per month, $3 a year, to provide this network of folks out there who are receiving calls of folks who are experiencing trouble in their lives and needing to reach out for help with mental health. The current 911 system on your phone bills is about $1.50 a month. So I think, quite frankly, this 25 cents, this $3 a year, is quite a bargain to have this additional level. I mean, also is important, I think, because it helps pull the mental health issues off of the 911 system, hopefully, to a certain degree, and hopefully to a great degree as time moves forward, where people can really get the assistance they need before things escalate to a police level, if you will, in some cases. So overall, I think it's pretty straightforward, and that is the bill. And I'll let my panel introduce themselves and get started.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Gazone, Vice Chair Rosapep, members of the committee. My name is Dan Rabbit. I'm a policy director at Behavioral Health System Baltimore. We are the local behavioral health authority for Baltimore City, an independent nonprofit. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 974. Since its launch in 2022, the 988 system has been essential to our state's efforts to support individuals and families experiencing a crisis. Calls have grown to over 60,000 calls per year, an increase of almost 60% since it launched in 2022. Text messages have exploded even more, with a 13-fold increase. Many Marylanders, including young people who are more likely to use text message, are reaching out for support, which is what we want to see and why we have the 988 system in place. Maryland's 8 988 call centers have kept up with this demand thanks to federal grants and the generous support of this body. Y'all have allocated over $20 million in general revenue funds over the last 3 years, and that has allowed the 988 centers to keep up. So the 988 centers have hired over 100 staff people, improved local answer rate and timeliness, and we're so thankful for this support. It undoubtedly has literally saved the lives of some people who are struggling. But to put our system on the strongest possible footing, we need to have a more permanent and predictable funding arrangement. SB 974 would create this permanent funding solution using the authority that Congress gave to states when they created 988 to establish a nominal 25 cents per month per line telecom fee modeled after the 911 fee. This approach will ensure all Marylanders can get support in their darkest hours. It will save taxpayer dollars as well. A strong and reliable 988 system will prevent crises from escalating, will prevent trips to the hospital emergency department or inpatient stays, will prevent unnecessary law enforcement interaction, but only if we invest in these services. Dedicated funding through this telecom fee is needed. Congress gave us this tool and we should use it. We ask for your support.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazone, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Ann Mazur, and I'm honored to serve as the CEO of Every Mind, a nonprofit organization with over 65 years of dedicated experience providing vital mental health education and support services to communities across Maryland. Every Mind is proud to be one of Maryland's 8 call centers, answering the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline for the past 19 years, now known as 988, and providing text and chat services since 2012. Senate Bill 974 proposes to establish a critical and sustainable funding mechanism for this work through a 25 cent per month 988 telecom fee modeled after Maryland's successful 911 funding structure. This funding is essential to support a wide range of critical activities, including comprehensive training for call center staff, technological updates and capacity expansion to meet the anticipated increase in contact volume. Moreover, funds are crucial to raise awareness about the 988 number and its availability to those in need. The establishment of this funding mechanism is imperative for Every Mind to recruit volunteers, ensure sustainability with adequate compensation and wellness support, and ensure more stable and consistent coverage. Funding is essential to enhance our comprehensive training for new counselors, to increasing training completion rates and employee retention. It ensures our phone system remains state-of-the-art, guaranteeing its reliability and providing vital insight into call volume and service level data. This funding will sustain a management team dedicated specifically to quality assurance, ongoing training, and workforce management. These efforts are crucial for monitoring and ensuring higher quality service. Every Mind urges the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee to support SB 974 as it will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for this panel? Senator Zucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to salute Ann Mazer. She and I go back over 20 years and we're still as young as we were when we met, but just wanted to welcome her to Budget and Taxation.
Thank you, Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
We have a few other people signed up. Derek Loeffler, Ashley Toller, Pegeen Townsend, Elisa Saunders, begin. You can begin.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Toller, Policy and Advocacy Associate with Maryland Coalition of Families. We are testifying today in support of Senate Bill 974, submitted as also our written testimony. Last year, we served 4,603 families, and nearly 70% of these families were families with children. We have over 60 family peer support specialists across the state of Maryland, and 100% of them have referred families to 988. With the changes in technology, youth have been utilizing the 988 text feature. For example, a mom stated her son's life was saved last year when he was struggling with thoughts of suicide, and he texted 988 and was able to connect with a professional on the other end immediately. Another family has utilized 988 more than 8 times this month for help with her child who was experiencing a mental health crisis. This is an important system of support, and having permanent funding to ensure this service remains accessible for families and individuals in crisis is vital. We respectfully ask for a favorable report, and that is all.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have someone on virtually. Henry Miser.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. For the record, my name is Henry Miser. I previously had the honor of serving as the governor's designee to the State Commission on Suicide Prevention, and I currently sit on the board of directors for Community Crisis Service Incorporated, which handles all 988 calls for the Southern Maryland region, as well as supplements many other states and regions across the state as well. And I come to you today asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 974. Maryland established the 988 Trust Fund in 2022 to provide dedicated funding for 988, but a permanent funding source, as has been previously testified, has not yet been established. The state and federal funds run out next year, and Maryland's 988 network needs a permanent funding source to address this fiscal cliff. Senate Bill 974 would create this permanent funding mechanism through a 25-cent per month per line 988 telecom fee modeled after Maryland's 911 funding structure. This would generate $15 to $20 million annually to support 988's operation, investments in new technology, personnel, really anything that our call centers need and so desperately need. This funding is crucial, and funding for 988 operations should not be overlooked. And for these reasons and those outlined in my written testimony, I'd move the committee to produce a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the witness? Thank you very much. Nobody else out there? What number of names I called before? Okay, that concludes the hearing on that bill. We'll move on to 878. Senator Klossmeyer. Bring up your panel. You have a panel.
Yes, I do.
They can all come up.
Robbie, yeah, she's right outside.
Senator?
Okay. We're just waiting for Mr. Gargiola.
He's here.
He's here.
He is.
Here he is. Because it's just so unique that he's here on this bill. But you all know, it's like every year I come back like a bad penny talking about this problem gambling. And this year we are trying something a little bit different. But with that, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 878, which would be an important step in making sure our state has the tools to fight gambling addiction. And let me just say, gambling addiction is as the same as any other addiction, but many times you do not see a person with the gambling addiction. There's no outward signs, you know, their nose isn't running or their eyes aren't red. So it's very hard to get the point across to people that gambling addictions are very severe. People have lost their houses, their families, their cars, and you name it, even their dogs they're missing. So Senate Bill 878 requires 1% of state lottery funds that currently go to the general fund to be diverted to the problem gambling fund. The bill also requires 1% of profits earned by fantasy competition and sports wagering operators to be diverted to the fund. I want to highlight that unlike last year's bill, this bill does not take any revenue from gaming away from the blueprint. This year's bill would have funds come from the operator's share of profit. In addition to the funding piece I just mentioned, the bill also requires an expansion of prevalence studies conducted on gaming in Maryland. This will ensure that we have good data about how to mitigate the harms of problem gambling if the General Assembly discusses further expanding ways people can gamble. The gaming industry in Maryland makes billions of dollars and are a major part of our economy. Asking that just 1% of the profit goes to public education, peer support, and treatment around the problem gambling is a reasonable and a very responsible step. I also want to bring to your attention the diverse interest on my sponsor panel. I'm not only accompanied by Ann Seacott and Mary Drexler, with whom I've been working on this issue for many years, but I'm also joined by Rob Gargiola and Mark Stewart, who are representing Live Casino. All of us are here to support this important bill that ensures we are not letting problem gambling run amok in our state. And thank you, and I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 878. And you wanna go first? Yep, do you want to go first?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Ann Seacott, testifying today on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence in strong favor of Senate Bill 878. And we are very grateful to Senator Klaus Meyer for her dedication and commitment on this issue. We've been here before on other times when legalized gaming has been expanded in Maryland. And we made sure that there were mechanisms to fund the problem gambling fund. We did it with the slot machines. We did it with casino tables. We missed our opportunity when the sports wagering and fantasy online stuff was expanded. We need to go back and fix that and make sure that there is some funds coming to the problem gambling fund from those sources. We also have never had money that comes to the lottery through the lottery to the state. We've never had any direct funding from the lottery sales to the problem gambling fund. And we believe it's time to fix that as well. We think that 1% is a good number in terms of being appropriate. This, as you see from the fiscal note, would generate about $8 million. It's $8 million to go to fund public education, prevention efforts, to hire peers, which are growing in terms of their importance and their efficacy with reaching out to and engaging people who have gambling problems. And then treatment, if somebody needs actual treatment as well. So we think that this is a very, as the sponsor said, very responsible policy, and we urge you to give it a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazone, Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Mary Drexler. I am the director at the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, here to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 878. The center is funded through the Problem Gambling Fund, promote healthy and informed choices regarding gambling and problem gambling here in the state. We have a public health approach, multi-prong approach to our work. We have a 24/7 helpline. We educate citizens in Maryland about the risks of gambling addiction. We train counselors, educators, prevention specialists, and others. We've created a network of treatment providers knowledgeable in problem gambling. We assist individuals facing gambling problems through peer support, which I want to just keep stressing. They are often the first line to receive help for our Maryland residents. We develop and implement prevention and community outreach programs. We do public policy information to address the impact on public health, and we do evaluation and research. A small snapshot of our work. The center currently employs 6 certified recovery specialists who are in recovery from problem gambling. They are dealing, these 6 individuals, with more than 600 Maryland residents right now. Casinos, sports books, both brick and mortar and online and mobile, and lottery have big marketing budgets. We do not. It's not available for us through the Problem Gambling Fund. We need to continue targeted counter marketing and public awareness. We do it when we can, but we cannot do it year round. And we do see a major increase in people who reach out for help at the times we do public education. We also contract with all the HBCUs. As we're now seeing young African-American males at greater risk developing a gambling problem. We also need to reach out to the Hispanic community, veterans, and those with substance use and mental health issues. Simply put, we need additional funding to continue our current work and to grow as more people engage in gambling, especially with the convenience of online and mobile. I strongly request favorable report on SB, sorry. I've been testifying too much. 878. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I come before you today to testify in support of Senate Bill 878. My name is Ken Wolfson, and I'm a certified peer specialist with the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I joined the center in 2017 as the state's very first problem gambling peer, and I personally handle Baltimore, Howard, Harford, Carroll, and Cecil counties. I'm also a person in long-term recovery from alcohol and gambling addiction, and by the grace of God, I have over 30 years of recovery today. As perspective, I'd like to offer you a snapshot, if you will, of a typical day in the life of a certified gambling peer specialist. And bear in mind, I'm only one of 6 that serve the entire state. A typical day is anything but typical. Driving to work, my cell phone is already ringing with callers seeking help. I get to work, I answer emails, handle more calls at my desk, and as gambling has the highest incidence of suicide of any addiction, I have to take great care in dealing with each call. Therapists and treatment centers call in seeking urgent one-on-one assistance for their clients, since currently most treatment facilities in Maryland don't offer gambling addiction treatment. Recovery facilities and institutions call in requesting our trainings and 1-hour presentations. Existing clients reaching out, requesting peer support and resources, as well as calls from family members frantic for answers and solutions. I maintain a database entries, write reports, and all while doing this, 1-800-GAMBLER helplines are continuing to come in. The calls are coming in. I arrange inpatient and outpatient treatment for our clients. Then I grab a coffee, I grab our keys, I head out the door to do 1, sometimes 2 presentations a day at various organizations and facilities across the state. This in addition to being on call 24/7, 1 week every month. Heading back to the office, there's new calls, new emails, requests for scheduling support and outreach events. Yeah, it's as exhausting to experience as it is to hear. Considering Maryland's growing gambling landscape, more funding is imperative. I urge a favorable report on SB 878.
Good day, Chair Gazone and committee. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 878 regarding prevalence studies and funding revenues. I am in support of this bill. I am the Western Maryland Certified Peer Recovery Support Specialist with the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I cover Allegheny, Frederick, Garrett, and Washington counties. I'm in recovery 3 years from gambling addiction. I gambled for over 30 years, of which a decade was out of control. I put our family in financial ruin. I could never follow my intended limits or control to my constant urge to gamble. My life was in shambles. I was constantly preoccupied with gambling. I would stay out till all hours of the night, putting myself in dangerous situations. I typically returned broke and broken. The money I was spending was only a small part of my problem. I became a person I didn't recognize nor like. I was secretive about how much I spent and how often I was gambling, which back in the day, I was gambling every day in one form or another. I would find a way to gamble when I was upset about domestic problems in the household. I have 2 family members who suffer with opioid use disorder, and getting away from that chaos to gamble made me feel better, but only temporarily, as I would then be upset with myself because of losing the money I didn't have to lose. The time I spent away from my children was embarrassing and horrific. They were my victims, and the guilt runs deep today. Sadness and irritability were daily emotions. I now know that I am powerless over my disease. After losing so much, I found a way to pay it forward to help others who are struggling with gambling addiction, and very blessed to have this position as a peer with the center. Helping others helps me maintain my recovery. Funding and research are an important piece of the puzzle to support Maryland citizens now and in the future. I urge a favorable report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story.
Hi, good afternoon. Rob Garagiola with Compass Advocacy on behalf of Live Casino in favor of Senate Bill 878. I want to thank Senator Klossmeyer for introducing this important legislation. 2 main components of this. One, we're supporting, obviously, the additional funding for problem gambling. The state of Maryland actually got it right when we instituted VLTs and table games many years ago, in that we have funds coming from those games going to the problem gambling fund. And in fact, the 6 casinos are part of an organization called the Maryland Alliance for Responsible Gaming that includes the Department of Health. It includes the Center for Excellence and other organizations. But as was said earlier by Ms. Seacott, we did not do that for sports betting. Live casinos involved in that. And we're saying take a % of that to put to the problem gambling fund. It's important to address these things. And so we support that initiative of this bill. The second part of the bill that I think is very important is on the bottom of page 2 and 3, I believe, that talks about studying impacts on mobile gambling. We've had sports betting now for just over a year, mobile sports betting, that is. We don't have the full impacts of that. What we do know is in other states, the impacts have been pretty scary. 3 times to 4 times as many problem gambling concerns from individuals in those states. And there's a report that you'll see another testimony that I provided later this afternoon from the National Economic Research Associates that actually looked at this issue in New Jersey and found that there were $350 million in social costs, not just treating the addictiveness, but all the after effects of that make this a big concern. And so we would urge support for this study. And we would also urge that there not be an expansion, because I know that's going to be discussed later today as well, of mobile gaming until we get this data. And with that, would urge a favorable report.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you. My name is Mark Stewart with the Cordish Companies and Live Casino. As Rob just mentioned, we support Senate Bill 878 and its call for increased funding for problem gambling. very importantly, we also support the bill's call for a comprehensive mobile gambling specific prevalence study. In-person and online gambling are very different. With in-person sports betting at the casino, you have to get out of your house, you have to get into your car or an Uber, get to the casino, hit an ATM, go to a kiosk or a teller and place your bet. With mobile sports betting, you can bet anywhere at any time on your smartphone with your credit card. As has been mentioned, Maryland only has 1 year of sports betting experience, mobile sports betting. And as Mary at the Maryland Center has testified, they've already seen increases in problems, but they do not yet have the data and do not yet know the full scope of how mobile gambling is impacting Marylanders. We've likely all had addiction touch our lives in some way. It takes time for the problem to manifest, time to be recognized, and more time to seek recovery. Until that happens, people won't appear in the data that MDH and the center will be studying. And until we have that data and know the full impact, the General Assembly should hit pause on any additional expansion of online gambling, whether it's iGaming or iLottery, both of which would put a slot machine on smartphones. There's too much at stake for the state to rush this. Let's get the facts first and increase funding with Senate Bill 878. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Is there anyone else here to test? Did we get everybody? Want to testify in favor?
No.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
9:53, Senator Sidnor. Got it. Really? Is this your first time here, Senator?
Yes, it is.
Welcome. Well, we'll roll out the red carpet for you.
I understood y'all had a policy that if it's ever your first time testifying in a committee, that so long as the bill is under $5 million, that you will pass it.
Clearly, you haven't been here very many times.
Touche, very good response. So anyhow, I'm not certain if those who are going to be my panelists, if they're here, but if they are, I say that they can certainly join me. May I begin?
Yeah, oh, please.
All right, thank you very much. For the record, Senator Charles Sidnor, here in support for Senate Bill 953. So I fully support Senate Bill 953, which allocates money to the Community Development Program Fund in hopes of revitalizing Maryland communities. This legislation makes a couple modifications. One, under funds collected from the disposition of abandoned properties that must be distributed by the comptroller to the Maryland Legal Services Corporation. This bill also expands that money, $500 million of it, to the state's Community Development Program Fund. The purpose of that fund is to provide financial assistance for statewide community development projects and community development organizations. The fund provides financial assistance, including capital and operating grants to community development projects and community development organizations to provide support for affordable housing, neighborhood revitalization for residential and commercial areas, housing counseling, financial counseling, and foreclosure prevention, as well as community organizing, small business development, community services, and other community development purposes. Governor Moore's administration has made affordable housing initiatives top priority. Thus, Senate Bill 953 complements the governor's initiatives. Senate Bill 953 will encourage opportunities for affordable housing and invest in communities that have been left behind. As such, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 953.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Tax Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland, and we are back here again to get funding for the Community Development Fund. This is a fund that was established in 2018 with bipartisan support, and we have been working since that time to get money from the Unclaimed Property Fund to fund operating for nonprofits and community development projects across the state. Our members are in Western Maryland, Central Maryland, Eastern Shore, and are represented here today on this panel. But in order for them, they are the first responders to local community development efforts across the state. And without operating dollars, they cannot move the capital dollars that have been proposed in Governor Moore's budget. So right now, for example, for Bernie has gone from 12 million to 27 million, which is great and really vitally needed in the city of Baltimore. But without additional operating dollars, organizations are not going to be able to move that increased capital allotment. And the communities vitally need that work. I would also say that some of the things that we have on the horizon with our housing crisis throughout the state is not only building, but also preserving. And with that, we need HUD certified housing counseling agencies. And that's a critical part of the work that our organizations that do, so that we're helping to prevent people from losing their home, as well as building new rental and home ownership opportunities. With that, I ask your favorable report for Senate Bill 953, and I hope that you will consider this bill this year. Thank you so much. This did pass also last year. I just want to say this did pass last year.
Hello, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siobhan Jackson. I'm the Executive Director of Diversified Housing Development. Diversified Housing is a nonprofit housing and community development organization. We're located in Northwest Baltimore County. We offer housing counseling, weatherization, and housing development. I'm here today to ask you to vote in favor of the Community Development Fund, or funding the Community Development Fund. We've noticed over the last year the need for our services, especially for families that are suffering with or going through foreclosure. The numbers have greatly increased, while the operating funds that our organization receives has slowly over the years declined. This prevents us from being able to bring on additional staff needed to adequately service the citizens of Maryland. Therefore, it is impacting the number of families that we can help, and it is also beginning to affect the quality of services that we can offer to our customers. Diversified Housing also finds ourselves in a unique situation due to our proximity. Because we are located on Liberty Road in Baltimore County, we do not only receive customers from Baltimore County, we receive customers from Baltimore City, Howard County, and many from Carroll County. We do our best to provide services to these families, yet we are not receiving any operating support from these jurisdictions to do so. Voting in favor of funding the Community Development Fund will allow organizations in similar situations to ours to have a resource to receive the much needed operational funds that would allow them to continue to seamlessly service their communities. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Redinger, and I'm the Vice President of Community Development with Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland. We are a nonprofit serving Prince George's and Montgomery counties focused on affordable homeownership. We build and rehabilitate homes that we sell to income qualified buyers, providing an affordable mortgage that we actually finance in-house. We also have a home preservation program that helps lower income homeowners make necessary health, safety, accessibility, and climate resiliency improvements in their homes. And since our founding in 1982, we've completed more than 885 projects. The pandemic only increased the need for services provided by nonprofit organizations, including affordable housing nonprofits. And our organization alone has more than 4,000 people on our email list who are interested in purchasing a home with us, and more than 2,300 households on our home preservation inquiry list. And that's with very little marketing because we're already so oversubscribed. While we've been able to identify additional capital funding sources, although not nearly enough of them, significantly more difficult to find operating dollars. And in order to meet the needs of more Marylanders, nonprofits like ours need additional operating funds. We need to build staffing capacity, and we need to offer competitive salaries to attract and retain talent. And we need to ensure that we're paying our employees a livable wage. We've also seen increased operating costs, especially around insurance, supplies, fuel, and contractor costs.
And nonprofits, we are playing a critical role in our society, supporting our neighbors in some of the toughest times of their lives. And we have to ensure that nonprofits have the operating support needed to continue and expand their work. So we ask for a favorable report of SB 953. Thank you.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Layla Kohler-Frew, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement at Habitat Chesapeake. Our affiliate serves Central Maryland in Baltimore City, Anne Arundel, Baltimore, and Howard counties. We have been creating homeownership affordability opportunities for 42 years, and we'll celebrate our 800th homeowner taking keys for their new home this spring. As you may know, Habitat does its work by a partnership, partnering with our future homebuyers and with communities. In my role, I work alongside various teams. This includes our homeowner services team, who work with our future homebuyers. This includes 50 hours of homeownership education and one-on-one time with financial planning. I also work alongside our Havacor program manager. Havacor is an intensive 10.5-month workforce training program where trainees help build homes and learn the construction trade. We connect them with potential employers at the end of the program. Our restores are another important element to our work. They're a discount home improvement center where we sell recycled materials. We have saved millions of tons from the landfills. Like with all Habitat work, part of how we keep our stores running is with volunteer help. Our home construction is done with volunteer support. I've heard from volunteers that they learn things on site with us that they could then take home to do home improvement projects. There's an element of teaching to this program, like with our other programs. Program support takes operating dollars, of course, and I walked through a bit of what the internal process is at Habitat so that I could possibly shed some light on how important staff infrastructure is to a nonprofit. This is a part of the behind the scenes for Habitat, but of course, each nonprofit will have its own story of what the needs are to keep programs viable, the doors open, and to effect greater positive change in our region. Please give a favorable vote for this bill. Nonprofit operating support is key to providing the infrastructure we need through community development.
Mr. Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Frank Hodgetts, and I work with a group called Home Partnership Incorporated. We service Eastern Baltimore County. We service Hartford, Cecil, and the Eastern Shore. Currently, our projects include a 14-unit homeownership project in the city of Cambridge. And along with that, we're trying to do a senior housing development of 52 units in Millington. Now, many of you may or may not know those towns. You may not know some of those areas because it's not yours specifically, your specific responsibility. But I will tell you, it's been ours, and I've been with this organization for 29 years. And I know that it takes a lot in a tough budget year to be able to find money to fund nonprofits that heretofore have somehow gotten by and done it. So what is it that we ask of you? We ask for a favorable support of Senate bill here today. And we ask you to stand up with us to help us continue to serve the hundreds and hundreds of families that would otherwise be knocking on the state door, that are instead knocking on ours. And we respond to them every day, almost every hour, weekends, evenings, etc. Like you, we're on call a lot. I do appreciate your time today. I thank you, and I wish you all the best. Please vote to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Very good. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Was there anyone else here to testify on this?
No, I believe this is everyone.
Okay. Very good, Senator. You did better than I did my first time in JPR. Of course, I think everybody can say that. All right, Senator Charles. Senator Brooks here. Senator Charles, why don't you do 1014 to start with?
All right.
We're waiting for somebody from another committee to sit in.
What's that? Oh. Okay.
See, I didn't bring anybody up here. I try to keep it real fast for you guys. Get us out of
I see you don't have anybody signed up on this one.
here. Good afternoon, Chair Gazone, Vice Chair Rosa Pep, and honorable members of the Budget and Tax Committee. For the record, I am Senator Nick Charles, testifying in support of Senate Bill 1014, which is the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland Priority Bill. This bill will empower small businesses and foster inclusivity in our state's procurement process. Senate Bill 1014 mandates each state procurement unit to publish a comprehensive procurement forecast annually by May 1st of the year. All known and anticipated procurements for the upcoming fiscal year should be made transparent and accessible to the public via its unit's website. Such transparency is crucial for fostering of a level playing field for businesses, especially small and minority-owned enterprises. Additionally, within this bill, there is a provision requiring an estimate of anticipated minority business enterprise participation goals for each procurement opportunity. By setting clear goals for MBE participation for each unit, we signal our commitment to equity and provide tangible opportunities for the state to finally meet its aspirational MBE participation goal, which has never been met. The bill goes beyond disclosures and sets forth concrete actions to support small businesses. The Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women-Owned Business Affairs, GOSBA, in collaboration with primary procurement units, will spearhead efforts to identify potential contracting opportunities for small businesses and enhance outreach efforts. Additionally, a program will be developed to provide much-needed procurement-related support for small businesses, ensuring they have the tools and resources necessary to compete effectively in the marketplace. There have been a few amendments also submitted on this bill. One amendment includes a reporting requirement on which awards were successfully granted without being forecasted compared to those awarded that were forecasted. This amendment is not just a formality, it's a measure to equip Maryland agencies with the most comprehensive data possible. By analyzing successful awards and how they relate to forecasted procurements, the state gains valuable insights into the efficiency of our procurement forecasting process. This is a data-driven approach which will enable us to refine our strategies, identify areas for improvement, and ultimately ensure our procurement practices are working for all stakeholders. By enhancing transparency, setting clear goals for MBE participation, and providing targeted support for small businesses, Senate Bill 1014 presents an opportunity to continue to hear and better our procurement system. I urge a favorable report. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Senator. Questions for Senator? Okay, let's go to 1013.
1013.
Senator Zucker. Senator Zucker.
Yep, come on up.
All right, we do this all the time in B&T. It's called musical chairs. Welcome, Senator. Please start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the Budget and Tax Committee. For the record, I am Senator Nick Charles, testifying in support of Senate Bill 1013. Instant ticket lottery machines, ITLMs, were authorized under Senate Bill 1 during the 2012 second special session of the Maryland General Assembly. These machines were introduced by Maryland State Lottery and Gaming Control Agency as high-earning gaming products that were specifically designed to benefit Maryland's veterans organizations. In brief, an ITLM is an electronic device that dispenses pre-printed instant scratch tickets. These devices accumulate winnings for the player and prints out a voucher at the conclusion of play that can be redeemed for cash or inserted into another ITLM machine for continued play. At present, there are 90 veteran organizations in Maryland that have one or more, which the max is 5, ITLMs. There are currently only 400 ITLMs operating in Maryland through this program. Under Senate Bill 1013, the ITLM program would be expanded to include qualifying fraternal as well as sorority organizations that operate under the lodge system and that conduct business and services solely for the benefit of their members and beneficiaries. Based upon U.S. Census data, the Department of Legislative Services estimates that approximately 240 fraternal organizations in the state of Maryland that will qualify under this bill. This expansion is to support these organizations charitable and education efforts with the provisions that funds raised be used for resources to support necessary programs such as scholarships and capital improvements. Prior versions of Senate Bill 1013 have been considered by this body since 2017. As a proud member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated and a proud veteran of United States Air Force, I encourage finally passing this bill to expand access to instant ticket lottery machines to qualifying fraternal organizations. During this interim, I worked closely with the House sponsor and the fraternal organizational stakeholders to diligently analyze this bill and make several improvements to this legislation. Under the current version of Senate Bill 1013, the Homelessness Solutions Program and the Department of Housing and Community Development will increase from 10% to 20% of all ITLM proceeds. That's added in this 2023 version. In addition to amplifying support of the state's efforts with our homeless veteran community, Senate Bill 13 will also provide supplemental support to Maryland's Education Trust Fund, supporting the Blueprint for Maryland's Future and the public school system, as well as providing assistance to those eligible fraternal organizations which participate in countless programs Marylanders rely on. Historically, primary opposition to this bill has come from the community of state casinos out of concern for how an expansion of ITLM programs to include qualifying fraternal organizations, how it may negatively impact their revenue. To be frank, I am confident that the collective revenue of the casinos will be minimally impacted, if at all. Maryland members of the fraternal and lodge organizations are not often patrons of large casinos. Additionally, in 2024 alone, Maryland casinos generated over $1.5 billion in revenue. By contrast, since 2014, the ITLM programs at 90 veteran associations across the state has contributed to $37.8 million in total profits to participating veterans posts and an average of about $4.7 million per year. This is a drop in the bucket compared to the revenue collected by Maryland's casinos, but it does make a huge difference to our veteran organizations who can utilize the revenue to support meaningful programs and opportunities and make needed capital improvements to aging facilities. Since 2017, this legislation has received bipartisan support. It has had nearly 40 co-sponsors. This number speaks for themselves. The potential benefits for the state, including funds to the Homeless Solutions Program, with priority given to women's veterans who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, single-parent veteran families, and veterans who are victims of domestic violence. This distribution of funds to the Education Trust Fund and the funding toward our fraternal organizations that are doing critical work in our communities far outweigh any highly improbable negative impact on casino revenue. And I say this, Mr. Chair, we have members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated here, and they do some amazing work in our communities, along with members of Omega Psi Phi, along with members of Delta Sigma Theta. The amount of scholarships that these organizations give to the communities, the amount of outreach that all of these organizations give to the communities, this is something that can truly help these organizations, as well as the Elks, as well as the Moose Lodge and others, to continue to do those things and have some other sources of income. And a lot of these groups, they come before our committees asking for bond bills. And this is a huge way to address some of those issues and concerns with giving them some of the tools to generate revenue on their own within their brick and mortar facilities. With all that being said, I urge a favorable report, and I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to come before you.
You witness. You didn't already speak. No. Okay, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Brandon Corey Bradley. I'm an Anne Arundel County resident, and I am here to represent the 20,000 Elks of the Maryland State Association. Elks across the state of Maryland has helped shape our communities by donating hours to help the less fortunate, volunteering at veterans hospitals, and supporting our first responders, as well as mentoring our youth to be their best. During the fiscal year end of the fiscal year 23, Elks organizations in the state have given $9.2 million back to their communities. That money has been given back in cash and non-cash donations, volunteer hours, and miles driven. Senate Bill 1013 will allow Elks Lodges and other fraternal organizations on the Western Shore to continue to provide for their community through ITLMs located within their lodges and facilities. These machines will give the state funds to support programs that are important to organizations like the Elks. These programs include, but aren't limited to, supporting single-parent veterans, placing female veterans in a safe home, assisting veterans who have become victims of domestic violence. Supporting Senate Bill 1013 will allow lodges on the Western Shore to continue the work they're already doing. It will increase the charity that's currently being spread throughout the communities in Maryland, charity that comes in the form of helping a child with disability gain access to a much-needed ramp, providing iPads to Green Street Veterans Hospital, and simply saying thank you to a first responder over a home-cooked meal. I and the 20,000 Elks that I represent would appreciate your support and a favorable vote.
Thank you. Any questions? We have someone on virtual who's favorable. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Kenneth Hunt. I'm a proud resident of Prince George's County and also the president of the Maryland-Delaware District of Columbia Moose Association. Order of Moose is a fraternal, not-for-profit organization founded in 1888, dedicated to the belief that every child has the right to an education of the head and heart and a safe environment. Moose Heart is our child city located outside Chicago, where children are welcomed and provided with a stable home and an education. Moose Heart is our retirement community for our seniors in Jacksonville. Our third part of our core mission is community service, which I'd like to talk about today. Our community service in Maryland has many subjects with several partners: Special Olympics, safe surfing with our Kids ID for children and seniors, youth awareness, where we recruit high school students to go out in their communities to mentor young children on various topics that affect their daily lives. Students are rewarded with scholarships for these efforts. Our Heart of Community program includes a partnership with Special Love, an organization for children with cancer, Wreaths Across America, where we raise funds to purchase wreaths and volunteer to place them on the graves in our veteran cemeteries. U.S. Kennels in Salisbury is an organization that matches special need veterans with rescue dogs. Our members volunteer their times at hospitals, nursing homes, senior citizens, and schools. We provide activities for our veterans at Charlotte Hall's Veterans Home. Our association has 23 lodges in 14 counties with nearly 19,000 members across the state of Maryland. Through their efforts, our Maryland end of the year report for 2022-2023, we're able to donate $619,174.06. 3,029 of our members provided service hour value of $416,134.38 for a total of $1,047,127.24. We can and want to do so much more. The pandemic forced many of our lodges closed temporarily, but we were still active. Everyone in the country, inflation has increased our costs to operate our lodges. This leaves us with less assets to serve the needs of our communities. Passing this bill will give us another means to raise funds for our fraternal community. Thank you for your time and attention. We appreciate your support.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Yes.
The last on the favorable side.
This is the last one favorable. Yeah, we have two favorables with amendment, and then two unfavorable.
Well, if I might.
You absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Senate Veterans Caucus, we will be submitting our support for this piece of legislation going forward. So we'll see. We'll have that in time for the voting session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. All right, we're going to move on to favorable with amendment.
Thank you.
Susan, Dushyant Sid.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sushant Sid with Capital Strategies here on behalf of Atlantic Bingo Supply. I've come before you many times on this bill. And frankly, our opposition or our support of this bill or opposition to the bill to an extent has nothing to do with fraternal organizations. In fact, we support that. Our opposition to the bill is that this contract issued by the state lottery continues a monopoly that is basically set in statute. So effectively, what we have here is one company that manufactures this arcane technology that basically is forced to emit, the game basically emits a pre-printed paper ticket with each play. Now, technology has evolved in these Class 2 electronic bingo machines to the point of where, in most circumstances, they print it on the fly. So there's paper in the game, it's a predetermined digital cartridge, and that game basically prints on the fly that paper ticket rather than using this old paper roll that jams and things like that. So what we actually believe should happen is that the program should be scrapped. Maryland is one of 2 states that actually authorizes these type of machines to be utilized. Other states like Kentucky, Minnesota, Mississippi, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Ohio, Virginia actually allow a different model where the state would basically approve machines that could be played in these charitable organizations. And then they're regulated either by the lottery or the Attorney General's office. In this case, the lottery regulates casinos, they regulate electronic bingo halls, they actually regulate the charitable organizations that were grandfathered to have electronic bingo machines. So again, we believe that the model that we're currently employing is flawed. We should go to a different model. It takes, I think administrative costs are less, no procurement. It's just more efficient way of doing things. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for witness? Thank you very much. We have a virtual favorable with amendment. Kashina Cross.
Thank you, Senator Gazzone. Thank you so much to the Senator Charles for bringing this legislation forward. I am in favor of this legislation as we're looking at it presently. One of the concerns that I do have, of course, has been brought up with the legislation previous that deals with programs for anyone that may become addicted to the gaming process. Though as a member of Silver Star, 26 plus years of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, but also a member of the American Legion Post 275 in the city of Glenarden, I do acknowledge that the gaming systems there do edify the purposes that they are in place for, with a social standpoint, that it fosters a sense of community and camaraderie. Many of our veterans utilize that time to reconvene with lost friends and also to build and make new friends. I acknowledge the bill's intent to require portions of the monies to go towards education and programming. The American Legion Auxiliary runs the Boys and Girls Club, which essentially is Boys and Girls State. And I, a member, a protege of the girls state of the great state of Mississippi, did have an opportunity to not only to compete well, but to understand the political process, in that I became the Secretary of State of Mississippi during Girls State, and with the opportunity to come to our nation's capital to compete additionally as the Secretary of State. I ended up going to dance for the Queen of England under the UCA All-Star Cheerleaders. But I will tell you this, that the works that have been put forth for the veterans in giving back community is needed funding, and gaming systems bring that needed funding. So leverage the teamwork, the leadership, and the coordination required to allow not only the military, but the fraternal orders to equally be able to gain and prosper. I am in favor with those amendments for continued support financially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Okay, thank you. We now have 2 unfavorable, Marta Harding and Hannah Garagiola.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Marta Harding. I'm here on behalf of MGM National Harper in opposition to the bill. You have in front of you the joint testimony from the state's 6 casinos that I refer you to. In essence, these machines are indistinguishable from slot machines. And if you have any doubt about that, you should go to the lottery's homepage and you'll see there's a part of it that's dedicated to this program, and the pictures are there. They're, like I said, indistinguishable for the naked eye. The details include attention grabbing and animations that feature spinning reels, ticket in, ticket out functionality, progressive feature that can build large jackpots, i.e. accumulate winnings without having to cash out. So really these machines are, for all intents and purposes, slot machines. The bill would authorize up to 1,200 of these machines. To put that in context, that is more than the state's 3 smallest casinos individually have. So that's a significant number of new machines. And we believe that these are going to compete with VLTs at casinos, and that is contrary to the state's interest in 2 respects. First of all, maximizing casino revenue is in the state's interest. 41 cents of every dollar on average goes to the state to fund the Education Trust Fund primarily, but other important state programs too. MGM National Harbor alone has contributed $1 billion as of last year to the Education Trust Fund. The other important state interest that needs to be mentioned is the importance of of responsible gaming and the measures that are in place at casinos. Our employees are trained in responsible gaming. We vigorously enforce the voluntary exclusion list, none of which would be true at these organizations. No disrespect in any way to these organizations. They're doing important things. We just don't think this is the right way to support them. So for those reasons, we would encourage you to give it an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Hannah Garagiola with Compass here today on behalf of Live Casino. Marta said you have our written testimony. She made a lot of really great points. The only thing that I will add is that the casinos through the local impact grants that the General Assembly set up give a lot of money as well. And so if the intent of this bill is to give money to homeless veterans, I would just like to say that Live Casino has given $5 million recently to organizations that are nearby the casino. And that does extend to Senator Elfreth's district because they give to countywide nonprofits too, such as the Anne Arundel County Food Bank, et cetera. So for those reasons, the casinos collectively urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the hearing on that bill. Senator Charles, you got one more. And for this one, Senator Brooks from B&T Committee has come to join us because it's jointly assigned. Welcome him.
Right. Ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Senator Nick Charles testifying in support of Senate Bill 1012. According to the Housing Assistance Council, of the approximately 365,000 veterans living in Maryland, it is estimated that nearly 57,000 Maryland veterans live in homes with one or more major problems of quality, crowding, or cost. The Bureau of Labor and Statistics noted in 2023 that veterans ages 18 to 34 were unemployed at a higher rate than their non-veteran peers of the same age group. For many veterans, the transition from military to civilian life can be daunting. After years of service, they face the challenge of reintegrating into a society that may not fully understand their experiences or appreciate their skills. Too often, they encounter barriers to employment, housing, and healthcare, despite their dedication and sacrifice. When we see veterans struggling to afford housing and food for themselves and their families in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, it's a sad reminder that we're not doing enough to help and care for them. Senate Bill 1012 creates a guaranteed basic income program for veterans who have recently separated or retired from the military with a 70% service-connected disability rating. $200 a month for a small demographic of veterans will not be a blanket to address all of the needs that veterans face when they return home. However, it offers small assistance to provide a month's worth of groceries, much like the basic allowance of subsistence, the BAS, for some of those who were in the military and got a chance to get their BAS payments, or the money for a necessary prescription that they may need, while focusing on securing a new job and starting their life back home. The merits of the GBI have been well studied and showcases a plethora of advantages and success to those who receive it. This income provides stability during the transition period, offering a financial cushion as they navigate their new reality of civilian life. Concerns regarding affordability of such programs are expected, but the truth is the cost of inaction far outweighs the investment in ensuring a small piece of economic security for our veterans. Additionally, the benefits, which include ensuring our disabled veterans have fresh groceries, are able to pay for their medical prescriptions or equipment that month, and offering a small token of relief as they re-enter civilian life, far surpass the expense. The fiscal and policy note, as well as submitted testimony from the Department of Budget and Management, estimate that the GBI program would be available to over 40,000 veterans in the state who have 70% service-connected disability requirements. However, it must be noted that this number significantly decreases when we consider that this GBI program is only available to veterans with a rating who have separated or retired within 6 months. That's a completely different number in comparison to the total 40,000 plus veterans at 70%. So we're talking roughly 300, 400 veterans that this may impact. GBI programs is only available to veterans with this rating who have separated or retired within 6 months of submitting their application. I just had to repeat that for you. The GBI is only available for an applicant for a single year and is truly meant to offer a small lifeline to veterans during this transition back to civilian life. We have asked the Department of Veteran Affairs for statistics related to the number of veterans who separate or retire of any given month, alongside those with the 70% disability rating, to provide accurate numbers as to how many veterans will be eligible for this program, but they have not gotten back to us yet. As soon as we have those numbers, I'm happy to share with the committee. However, in the meantime, let's be very clear that the number of veterans that is being shared of 40,000 is completely inaccurate when we account for the timeline and eligibility requirements that are laid out in this bill. This bill will provide not just financial support, but also dignity, opportunity, and a sense of belonging as we strive to honor the service of those who have put their bodies and minds on the line. Let us look toward bold solutions that uplift and empower our veterans, ensuring that they have the basic needs met. I urge a favorable report and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Question? Yes.
No question, just again, another comment. By the time we get to our voting session, you will have a support letter from the Senate Veterans Caucus for this bill. Thank you.
Very good. Have two online testifiers. Jana Parker. Ms. Parker?
Good afternoon. It is pronounced Jana.
Jana, sorry.
No worries. Thank you. So I am in support of this particular bill. As the child of two veterans, one who is disabled, as the wife of a military veteran, as a grandchild of military veterans, I understand how deeply important it is for us to support our military veterans population, particularly within Prince George's County, but the state of Maryland that is home to a myriad of large numbers of different military veterans from all throughout all the branches. We are also in support of GBI, Guaranteed Basic Income, holistically for the state of Maryland for specific populations. But for this particular bill, definitely in relation to our veterans. There are a lot of veterans that cannot afford their medication. They cannot afford food. They cannot afford to have some of the things that would put them on the path of readjusting back to civilian life in the most healthy and positive ways. And I understand that sometimes people think that $200 is not enough to make a difference, but it really is when you're coming from one position to another. So I just am in total support of this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And Yashina Cross again. It's good to see you. Right back to another one.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to Charles for bringing this important legislation. I am in 100% support of this Senate Bill 1012. I understand the need for the preservation of funding, but when you look at veterans who have served, and I myself, being a 5-time combat war veteran, returned home, found that in coming into the Department of Defense as a next level work, they also provided recommendations and opportunities for me to actually go to medical care during work hours. They actually gave us 1 year that they afforded. Now, if the Department of Defense has recognized that that transition is something that is of strength and encouragement, I do highly urge the Senate as well as the House to consider supporting this bill equally. Senate Bill 1012 does bring dignity, it brings worth, and when you come out of the service, one thing is for sure, you do not come with the same paycheck. This is an opportunity to continue to feed America's families for those that have served, and to continue to pay for much needed health care. And many that have come out of today's wars find themselves with PTSD and other counseling services. This money could go for a long way into reclaiming our nation's greatest assets, the veterans who have served and protected not only this nation, but its allies. I am in favor, and thank you so much for your kind and consideration and your care and your compassion as it pertains to the assets that have fought and served. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go Air Force.
Any questions for these witnesses?
Don't forget the Marines. We got the senator over here.
All
And
right,
the Army. Don't forget the Army.
all right.
I served with the Devil Dogs. Okay. All right. Hoo-ah.
Go Air Force, go Air Force. We are Air Force family over here.
Okay. I got, Army was my father. Yeah. Okay, any questions? Thank you very much, Senator. That concludes the hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, is my panel here for 1027? I saw them a second ago. And 27. There they are. Okay, my panel could come forward. You can come up and sit down, please. You can come up and sit down. All right. This is an interesting bill, I think, because I had no idea that this was a possibility, that what was going on with SSTAT and their interpretation of the law was what they were using. I learned this through a particular case, but the fact that it is occurring through that one case concerned me for the entire state. I believe the legislature never had the intent for individuals who don't have an interest in a piece of property to request an appeal of the assessment of that property. And that is what is being done currently in the state. And again, I don't believe it was ever the intent of the legislature to allow that to happen. If you just think for a second, you happen to be in a dispute with your neighbor about something and they want to give you a little extra trouble, they could request an appeal of your property or your assessment. And not only could your neighbor do it, but somebody down the block, across town, on the other side of the state, if they had some particular interest that they wanted to I guess suggest that your property wasn't assessed in a proper way. And you'd have to go through that process to deal with that. It's really just unbelievable to me that this has occurred, and this is the interpretation that has been set forth. Purpose of this bill is to change that and to ensure, clarify really, something that I thought was always the case. So with that, I'll let my panel begin. Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me introduce to you David Hanna of Arkland Company and their representative, Mr. Bruce Charles Bariano. Thank you for inviting me to testify, Mr. Chairman, and also for your sponsorship of Senate Bill 1027. This is important legislation that will prevent third-party assessments appeals by persons who have absolutely nothing to do with the assessed property. It will also protect the integrity of the triennial assessment system by preventing out-of-cycle appeals, again, by persons who have nothing to do with the assessed property. My client, Arkland Company, owns 3700 Maryland LLC, which invests in real estate, and they purchased a self-storage facility in Kensington at 3700 Pliers Mill Road, probably the oldest self-storage facility in the state. After they purchased the property, they received the normal initial assessment, which they did not appeal. You can imagine their surprise when they learned that a politically active resident of the town of Kensington had appealed their assessment. That person had nothing to do with the ownership of the property. But they were even more surprised when the Department of Assessments and Taxation permitted this appeal to go forward and then reassess their property based upon the appeal by someone who had absolutely nothing to do with the property. And of course, my clients have appealed that. Now, under state law, taxpayers have always been permitted to appeal their own assessments of their own property. And prior to 1986, the statute was clear, and it said taxpayer who owned the property. There was a code revision that year of the whole tax general article in which the language was streamlined to simply say taxpayer, but the code revisers obviously never dreamed that someone would consider the taxpayer another taxpayer that has no interest in the property. As the chairman just pointed out, one can only imagine the kind of mischief that could occur here. In other words, once word gets out that they're entertaining these third-party appeals, it could be anybody, your business competitor, your angry neighbor, your ex-spouse, even your political opponent, as long as they were, quote, a taxpayer. This has never been the intent of the General Assembly, and it would lead to chaos. I will say two other things in closing. The bill also protects the integrity of the triennial assessment system. Under SDAT's interpretation, appeals by anyone could occur immediately upon the purchase of the property, which would permit mid-cycle assessments within the 3-year cycle. The State Department of Assessment and Taxation has always opposed that, and the legislature prohibited that 22 years ago. This marks a 180-degree reversal of policy. Finally, a word on retroactive activity. This bill is retroactive to our client's case. There's been a suggestion that we can't do that, but SDAT has recently come in with a retroactive bill for the late notices for over 100,000 taxpayers. This legislature has done it many times. They can do it here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chair Gazzone and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is David Hanna. I'm appearing on behalf of 3700 MD LLC, Arkland Property Company, and Self Storage Plus, the owner and operator of a self-storage facility located at 3700 Pliers Mill Road in Kensington, Maryland, and in request of a favorable report for Bill 1027. For background, we are a locally owned provider of self-storage solutions with over 30 facilities owned or operated in employing 100+ people in the state of Maryland. Our facilities annually generate millions of dollars in real estate tax revenues within the state, and we are very proud to be part of the Maryland business community. Our acquisition of the 3700 Pliers Mill Road site in August 2022 from a longtime family owner operator was and remains the largest single site acquisition in our portfolio. Our team performed comprehensive due diligence on all aspects of the property, including confirming that the Maryland SDAT had just completed their triennial assessment of the property for real estate tax purposes in 2022. We knew, or at least we thought we knew, that the taxes should be around $290,000 per year until the next regular assessment cycle in 2025. This projected amount was factored into the purchase price with our seller, the financial projections given to our lender and our friends and family investor group, and our internal acquisition decision-making process. For an acquisition of this size, it is critical to have as much cost certainty as possible. However, our facility was the subject of an unrelated third-party citizen tax appeal, and the Maryland SDAT has taken the novel position that the right of appeal given under the code to a taxpayer with respect to its own property extends to any taxpayer in the state of Maryland. As a result, our assessments have unexpectedly increased by over 350% with an additional $1 million financial burden on the project, and it's impacted our ability to operate as planned. Staff is being reduced, loan covenants are being threatened, planned improvements are on hold, investors are not receiving distributions. We very much appreciate your efforts to right this wrong. We strongly urge the passage of Senate Bill 1027. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, Bruce Periano. I'm here on behalf of Kensington Storage. I cannot thank the chairman enough for the introduction of this legislation, making it emergency legislation and making it retroactive. A gross wrong has been done to this business in Maryland and Montgomery County, and it must be rectified. It's a bad image for the state of Maryland. Very respectfully, even long before the recent developments, getting very involved in this matter, I just think MSTAT's just off the rail. They're just out of control. I mean, you read the legislative history and the laws, as Mr. Maloney indicated. It's just grossly wrong. And fortunately, this legislation, emergency, retroactive, and further, once again, clarifying what did not have to be clarified, must be passed, because otherwise it could affect anybody, as the sponsor indicated and as others indicate. Would urge a prompt, quick, favorable report of this legislation so that it can be rectified and people can have a more orderly process, notwithstanding this agency being off the rail. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Senator Helman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hanna, I have a question for you. So when you heard from SDAT, which I presume you did, that there was this action, and I assume you acted in shock and disbelief and pushed back. What was their response? I mean, did they respond, this is the law, we are allowed to do this, or how did they, could you shed a little light on Mr. Maloney?
I probably should be. Senator Hellman, we brought this to the attention of SDAT's counsel. SDAT's counsel stuck by their position. We then brought it to the attention of the Attorney General's office. I got a call from Attorney General Brown saying that we were absolutely right and that they were not going to stick by the policy. But then a month later, apparently there were some internal discussions in the office, and they decided to, as Attorney General Brown told me, well, maybe they need some legislation to clarify this, and that's why we're here.
Okay, thank you.
Senator?
Thank you. First of all, it's nice to see my former constituent.
Thank you, Senator.
Delegate Tim Maloney. I've got two questions. One is in the case of this specific transaction, this specific property, where are you now in the process of the?
We have filed an appeal to the Property Tax Assessment Appeal Board, and that appeal hearing has now been continued. And I think they're waiting to see the outcome of this legislation, which might make the appeal moot.
But was there a factor reassessment by SDAT?
Oh, yes. As you just heard, there was about a 350% reassessment.
Right.
And
so
now
final with them, and now it's on appeal.
That's correct.
Gotcha. I understand. Are you aware of any other people in this situation?
Well, the fiscal note took a look at this, and the fiscal note says there's one other affected property, which is in Montgomery County. We don't know what that property is. The fiscal note's pretty modest, so I presume it's a relatively small property or smaller, but we don't know that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Song.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not just because this is your bill, Mr. Chairman, but I think you got an emergency bill. And knowing this is an emergency bill, I'm ready to say right now, we need to move forward with this, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll hold that for a second. Any other questions? Senator Benson.
Yes, good afternoon. I really want everyone to know what a pleasure it is to see the former delegate here, Tim Maloney. He has been just an absolute outstanding instrumental individual in Prince George's County. A lot of the wonderful things that are happening in Prince George's County are as a result of the hard work that was put forth by his dear father and this wonderful gentleman that you see seated here at the table. And I want to thank him for what he has done for the citizens, not only in Prince George's County, but in the great state of Maryland. And he has 4 wonderful children, 3 daughters and a son, and they are my grandchildren.
Well, Senator Benson, thank you. I wish Mrs. Maloney were here to hear that.
Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hedelman asked a question, and I know that Chair Gazzoni and I were involved with this, and I can verify that everything this panel said in terms of the State Department of Assessments Taxation's reaction was accurate. Thank you. It's good to see you guys.
Thank you, Senator Zucker.
Senator Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's great to see a former legislator, a very formidable public servant.
Thank you,
In
Senator.
all rights, and had the pleasure, colleagues, to work with his dad and with his brother. So
Thank
love
you.
the service that you provide, and thank you all for bringing this to our attention. So it
Thank you,
helps- it
Senator
helps all of
Jackson,
our
very
constituents.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. And although I very much appreciate the Senator Stallings' sentiment, we'll have this on the voting list the first thing next week. We'll appreciate that. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, we can't thank you enough. I mean, we're
Yeah.
really in a panic
This is-
situation.
yeah,
and
yeah,
You responded
Appreciate
so,
it. Appreciate it.
really.
It's all good. To me, this is just common sense. And I just can't even
Absolutely.
imagine why in the world we would allow this to happen across our state. So thank you for bringing it to my attention. And that concludes the hearing on this bill.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Rosicap, you're taking over.
Yeah, I don't have the bill.
We're on number 11.
Number 11, okay.
Senator Zucker.
Senator Zucker, 1066.
Oh, yes, please. Senator, please introduce your constituent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we've had an increase in the colors of pink and green today. And one of the folks that are wearing that pink and green is a phenomenal community leader that I don't think that ever seen me in action in committee before. But Miss Rita Cruz, if you could stand up and just get recognized.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Zucker.
Thank you. It's been a while. I've missed the committee. For the record, Senator Craig Zucker here in support of Senate Bill 1066. Mr. Vice Chairman, I have a panel, so if I can call them up. They're here. Come on up. So first, I just wanted to thank Senate President Ferguson, who's been a real leader in this space. This legislation is around consumer protection. It might look familiar to you because we passed the bill, but not as originally introduced. The way that it's basically presented to you is how it was originally introduced. And this is around sports betting. It allows, it basically is creating an independent evaluator of sports betting books just to make sure that everybody's acting appropriately. And we've seen in other states where people have been misleading the public and consumers, and this is really a consumer friendly bill. We've heard a lot of testimony on problem gaming and all of that. So this is again a big priority of mine and the Senate President's. And what's great is that since we introduced the bill, there are more kind of independent evaluators in this space. I have a couple with me today, but again, really appreciate the committee's time. I know it's going to be a long day. So with that, I'll turn it over to the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Briandora Schwal, and I have been in the problem and responsible gaming space for 11 years and counting, both at the state, federal, and the international level. And I'm privileged to be here today on behalf of the Campaign for Fairer Gambling to offer our support of this bill. According to the American Gaming Association's annual report for 2023, sports betting set an all-time high record of $10.92 billion. This is an explosive growth of 44.5% year over year. Some of this growth can be attributed to the 5 new states that came on in 2023, bringing in $1.49 billion. However, the rest of that can be attributed to the whopping $2 billion that was spent in advertising and marketing, an 8% year over year growth. However, the National Council on Problem Gambling found in a survey that sports bettors tend to be younger, more impressionable, and more likely at 3 times the rate of engaging in problematic play. Studies have clearly shown that their increased rates can be attributed to the frequent impacts from advertising and aggressive promotions that come with sports betting. The most prudent and responsible thing that a state can do is ensure that a neutral third party validates and certifies the authenticity of these advertisements that go into our homes and our communities. While regulators have taken measures in several states banning terms like risk-free or requiring certain disclaimers, more must be done. All gambling comes with risks, and consumers deserve to be protected. All those that profit from sports betting bear the responsibility to pay for the harm. This includes doing everything within your power to prevent it from ever happening. Ensuring that advertisements that sit at the very nucleus of this industry are not targeting vulnerable populations, are fair and not misleading. And I urge a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Chris Adams, the CEO of SharpRank, which is an independent evaluator of sports betting content and advertising. Everyday news stories from the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, 60 Minutes, and others identify the growing concern around consumer protection in sports betting. Even my favorite news source, Saturday Night Live, covered it last weekend. Last year, Maryland implemented a licensing structure for independent evaluation of sports betting content. And I'd like to just hit a few key points relevant to implementation of that structure. Policy is often written to ensure that the good actors aren't naturally enticed to become bad actors because the rules of play allow that to happen. The current landscape allows for just trust me as oversight, which is not adequate when profit motives are misaligned with consumer protection. This legislation creates a marketplace. Any company can choose to meet that criteria and apply for the license. In fact, most solutions in compliance for sports betting and other industries, offshore wind, ride sharing, et cetera, started this way. Geofencing started with GeoComply, match fixing oversight started with US Integrity. Creating a marketplace for independent evaluation will create competition, as it did in the previous examples. More established audit firms will unfortunately be my competition in no time once these requirements are put in place. I've heard a lot of discussion around guardrails in gaming. We now have learned experience from hindsight to fill the gap in the integrity chain that protects the consumer. There is a higher standard of care afforded to Maryland consumers when the activity is risky by its nature. A structurally sound industry enables all key stakeholders to flourish responsibly. I believe in this state to be a leader in consumer protection, fraud prevention, and integrity. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions for the sponsor or for the witnesses? Thank you very much. I think that concludes the hearing. Okay, the virtual person is not even here virtually. Okay, next is Senator McCray, Senate Bill 1080. How are you all doing? Good. How are you? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you ready for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members, colleagues. For the record, Corey McCray, I have the proud, humble awesome opportunity to serve as the 45th District State Senator. I'm here before you in reference to Senate Bill 1090, which I think is a pretty simple bill, a very good bill, but it simply makes sure that we provide parity for folks, non-employees, I should say, non-employees of the Riker facilities, Montgomery and Baltimore, making sure that it aligns with what we've already done for other similar like employees that work in the same different facilities, but same type of work. This promotes equity. This corrects actions that we've taken a couple years ago where we moved other leaders or other workers in that respective space, but not these non-employees. And I just leave before I pass it over to the respective folks that will give testimony, but just remind folks that these are the workers that are working around our young scholars that are facing different challenges, but making sure that we can move them in the same direction equally as everyone else. So, Madam Chair, I will hope that we will give a favorable report for Senate Bill 1080, which the Health Department supports. We've also talked about the nominal cost associated with it and just making sure that it moves in the direction of parity.
Okay, who goes first here? We have Bennett Robley, you here? Melinda Lawson, Denise Gilmore. Is Denise here? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Melinda Lawson, and I am currently the Director of Education at Clifton T. Perkins Hospital Center. I am also the only state teacher in any of the state hospitals. I'm here today to ask for a favorable report for Senate Bill 1080. In 2020, legislation was passed that enacted forensic pay for all employees who have direct patient contact at Clifton T. Perkins Hospital Center. Unfortunately, when that bill was originally written, everyone involved thought for sure that being a teacher, I would have been in the AFT bargaining unit, especially since it's literally called the American Federation for Teachers. However, my position falls in Unit G. When Unit G was inadvertently left out of the wording, I was left as the only person working at Clifton T. Perkins with direct patient care, not receiving the forensic pay. Speaking with those originally involved in writing the bill, it was confirmed to be a simple oversight. I spoke with HR at Perkins, but they couldn't correct the issue. They in turn spoke with DBM. DBM determined that they were only going to follow the legislation as it was written, no exceptions. It didn't matter that I was one person at Perkins and there were 9 people at RICA. So for the past 4 years, I have been the only staff member with direct patient contact at Perkins who does not receive forensic pay, even though I work with the same criminally involved psychiatric patients in the same maximum security environment. I think it's important to recognize that I am also one of the few who work on the acute care admissions unit, where the patients are far more unpredictable and far less stable. I work on that unit because this allows me to begin working with those patients under 21 with special education rights as soon as possible. As a proud Marine Corps veteran, I often chose the hard road. Perkins is not an easy place to work. I have witnessed the violence and I have experienced some myself, as I detailed in my written statement. I chose to work there and I continue to choose to work there every day. I know the risks. I love my job and I love working with those patients. I'm here to ask for you to recognize that dangerousness that I face at Clifton T. Perkins is the same as my coworkers who already receive forensic pay. With that, I ask you for a favorable report on Senate Bill 1080.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bennett Robley.
Hi, my name is Bennett Robley. I am a state educator that works at RICA Baltimore. I've been there for 10 years. I wanted to correct one thing. It's a total of 9 teachers that will be affected, I think, across the state. So this is not a huge number of people that would be gaining this pay differential. Similar to what Dr. Lawson just described, in 2020, when the pay differential was activated, the only people at RICA Baltimore that did not receive it were the state educators. And when I say that, I mean state teachers. I have teaching assistants and IAs that I work side by side with in the classroom that did receive it. So educational staff are already getting it. It's just happened to be this tiny little oversight. We have done our level best to try and repair this. And we really appreciate all of you who are taking the time to listen to us in this need. The children at RICA Baltimore need a lot of love and attention. Many of them have No one. We are the people that come in. State teachers are 12-month teachers. We don't take summers off. We don't get summers off. Snow days. If I want a snow day, I take a day off like anybody else at work. If the power goes out, the heat goes out, whatever it may be, I'm co-op critical. I can be designated to work on the unit. I'm not just a standard teacher, and neither are any of my fellow state teachers. We're also trained in PMAB, the prevention of management and aggressive behaviors. One thing that's really important to recognize is that although we have great new security from this law, the violent incidents happen in our classrooms when our verbal de-escalation techniques fail. Then we call a code and then security comes to help us. But there's that window where it's just me, sometimes 8 kids with histories of violence. Just last week, I was hit and assaulted. So it's really important to recognize that we're in the same line as everybody else and to correct this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I think we're good. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 822.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Anybody come this way? Thank you. All righty then. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Ben Kramer to introduce Senate Bill 822 and colleagues. I will not take up much of your time on this because this bill is one that this committee passed out unanimously last year. And I believe every member of the committee added their name as a co-sponsor to the bill when it was passed out of the committee. Just real fast, this bill simply would provide an income tax subtraction modification of up to $5,000 of income earned by a state law enforcement officer if the officer resides in a political subdivision in which the officer is employed and the crime rate of that political subdivision exceeds the state's crime rate. We do this now for every other, this basically applies to the Maryland State Police. We do it now pretty much for every other state law enforcement officer. This just provides the opportunity for the state police to avail themselves of this small but meaningful benefit that other state law enforcement has. So with that, Madam Chair, again, I'm assuming this hopefully seems familiar. I don't know how it got sideways in the House last year, but
too many bills.
We'll try to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Great job, Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see all these happy, smiling faces.
See. Okay, next we have Senator Augustine, Senate Bill 908. We can't find him. Okay. Here he comes. Senator Mounts. Next, we have Senate Bill 923, Senator Mounts. It'll get read.
Thank you, Madam
There you
Chairman
go.
and committee members. It's great to be with you. It's an honor to be able to present Senate Bill 923. Just give me 1 second. We have 2 bills coming up. Okay, 923, Senate Bill 923 is a straightforward proposal. I'm sure the committee's heard it before. It's intended to address Maryland's economic competitiveness in the region. The comptroller recently issued a report citing GDP, total employment growth, personal income growth, real wages with Maryland and comparing neighboring states. One idea or one concept to try to improve Maryland's standing in that category is to adjust our corporate income tax. That will drive investment, help drive small business. Small business is the backbone of the economy, particularly on the Eastern Shore. It would drop the corporate tax rate over 4 years from 8.5% to 6.25%. It has a large fiscal note. We have a number of letters of support, written testimony. I don't believe there's any more oral testimony. Despite that fiscal note, I'd point to a number of studies that show long-term economic gains from reducing taxes such as the corporate tax rate. I'd urge the committee's favorable report.
Okay, any questions from the committee? I think we're good. You have one more here, I think, Senate Bill 928.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And committee members, colleagues, great to be with you. Senate Bill 923 would adjust.
928.
Got the wrong folder? Or no, it's the wrong folder in the right binder. 928, I can do this verbatim, adjust the inheritance tax, and it would reduce the inheritance tax by coupling it with the federal inheritance tax. There is a deductible up to 5 million, and it would increase Maryland's from 5 million to 13.5 million, which would mirror the federal that federal deduction. That goes along with the bill that I just presented to try to make Maryland more competitive with some of our neighboring states. I'd urge this favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. How about Augustine's not here? Okay. Okay.
We don't want to see it. Okay.
Here's McKay. McKay's coming in. Senator McKay. Oops. It's your brother. That's right.
Did you call me up, Madam Chair?
Yes, I did, sir. Senate Bill 627.
627. May I bring my panel up, please?
You sure can.
Thank you. If my panel could join me. Where are they? May I grab them?
Yes, absolutely.
I apologize.
Yeah, okay.
Wherever you like. Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, members.
Is it 5 people on your panel? No.
There were supposed to be, is the rest of them coming?
It'll be us.
We'll check as
It'll
we
just
go and
be
see
us.
if they come in. Okay.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for allowing us to present 627, Senate Bill 627. Now, this bill actually is to clarify and modernize the law revolving around satellite simulcast betting. However, I want to tell you about a different story. It happened in Western Maryland. Please note that the characters of this story is represented in every color in the box of a crayon. The characters of this story are at my panel. In 2021, an investor outside of Maryland came to Hancock to invest in my community. A community that has had a history of divided symbols throughout the town. Matter of fact, the previous mayor took a lot of heat for spray painting over these symbols that would divide our community. An investor who is part of my panel purchased a building in Hancock to turn it into an OTB parlor. His written testimony is in your committee file. Our town was so excited to have someone invest in Hancock, they encouraged the investor to apply for a grant to upgrade the store frontage. The town awarded this investor $10,000 to beautify the building on Main Street. However, this is where the story goes wrong. You will hear in a timeline, in person, testifying to a series of unacceptable steps in just applying for an OTB license, including no clear instructions on how to obtain a license, a website directing you to call a number without the ability to even leave a message, but suggests that we should send a fax. Now note, this is 2024. How serious are we when we advise somebody to send a fax? Now, I went to the local Goodwill store to try to find a fax machine or a phone message machine to donate to the racetrack to fix it on my own. However, I couldn't find one in the local Goodwood store. Now, my office was alerted to this problem in July of 2023. We reached out to the Department of Labor to no avail. We asked them to clarify on the process on how to obtain an OTB license. Sad to say, in 2024, in Western Maryland, where I am struggling to find investors to take a chance on my community, due to many issues, including population decrease, cultural differences, and yes, a high chance of operating in the red. When I do find such a friend in my community, and when the town welcomes them with open arms to take a chance on a great investor, it's the state's process that is mildly unproductive. All we are asking for is someone to answer the question. What is the process? The timeline, which is in your committee testimony, which one of my panelists is going to go over, underscores the extensive and persistent efforts as a minority-owned business to navigate the complexities of acquiring an OTB license. It highlights the challenges that we faced on each step and the proactive measures that we have taken to overcome them, underscoring the commitment to enter and contributing positively to this space. Now, Senate Bill 627 makes the case that the process is broken. As we turn over this bill to you, the committee, I hope that this legislation is heavily amended to address our concerns, but not be a burden to the horse track rich history industry, which we all support and appreciate. I'd like to turn it over to my panel, if it was okay with you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee yet? Okay, we have Leslie Feliz.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. Again, my name is Leslie Feliz, and I'm here on behalf of DVR Sports, a proud minority-owned business located in Hancock, Maryland. We're here today to express our strong support for Senate Bill 627. As you've heard, it's been quite a challenge trying to go through this process. And we truly believe this legislative change is critical for entities like ours who are trying to navigate this complex process to obtain an off-track betting license. For us, this process began in January 2023, where I reached out to a number of entities throughout the process. I reached out to the Department of Labor, the Maryland Racing Commission, and various racetrack contacts. Just to provide an example, I have here about over a dozen pages of emails I sent to Department of Labor, and all I received, unfortunately, were automatic replies to this date. Since then, we've been met with silence, redirection, and advice to wait. We set out racetrack contracts directly, adhering to the guidelines provided by the Department of Labor, only to learn that racetracks were no longer obtaining applications for these licenses. This was surprising to us because in the statute, there isn't a limitation to the number of licenses that can be given. So again, this process was very discouraging and frustrating for us. We continued to send emails until October of last year. At that point, we felt we wouldn't receive any more responses despite our proactive approach. So we truly believe this bill will shine light and hope for businesses like DVR. This bill signifies a move towards inclusivity, transparency, and fairness in the licensing process. We urge the committee to consider the struggles and barriers that entities like ours faced in the current regulatory environment, and we ask for you all to please give a favorable report. Thank you.
Quentin Page.
So the next person to speak, Madam Chair, would be Johnny Nugent, who is actually the owner and proprietor of DVR. He's actually an international investor and businessman, and took his time while he has a place in Hancock that he's working. He drove all the way down from Philadelphia. It was that important for him to be here today.
Good, thank you. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Honorable member of our community, my name is Johnny Nguyen, and I'm the owner of DVR Sports, minority-owned business in Hancock of Maryland. My journey with DVR Sport began with a dream by bringing off-track betting in the community. We invest heavily in our establishment, spending over $500,000 in the hopes of acquiring an OTP license. Despite our efforts and support from the community, we face endless obstacles, unclear guidelines, and a lack of response from key stakeholders. The dreams that once drove our ambition and investment turned into a burdensome quest, leading me to the difficult decision decide our facility. Senate Bill 627 represent hope, not just for me, but for others who might follow in my footsteps. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Good job, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
You don't own the business?
No, the business is still there. We haven't decided because we don't have the OTP to go move forward.
What,
So they still have the business in Hancock, and they would like the opportunity to actually get an application. They're not looking for the approval. We'd love an approval.
Like to just be a part of the process.
But we just like to be part of the process and get the application. And Senator, that's the problem with.
How long has this been going on?
Since January of 2023. So it's 1 year of knocking on the door and somebody doesn't want to answer.
Shameful.
And I'm going to say, as I talked in my testimony, the symbol of division was the Confederate flag. I'm not proud that that was displayed in Hancock, but this gentleman came and bought a building that the former mayor sprayed over. And then he made sure that that symbol was no longer going to be affected in Hancock when he bought that building and wanted to change it to an OTB.
Thank you.
Senator Hedelman.
Just for my colleague, I have a question. So is there no one place you can go, anyone in the public can go to find out what the process is to get an OTB license?
Well, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie, but the answer to that question is not as easy as a one step. There is a website, but that doesn't accept phone calls. It does say that you can send a fax. and those type of things to no avail.
Yes, so the only place with some sort of direct response is the Department of Labor's frequently asked questions. So it's not a proper page either, and it just directs you to reach out to the racetracks. And when I reached out to one of the racetracks, as the senator said, they didn't have their voicemail set up. They asked me to send a fax. Eventually I got someone on the phone, and that's how I received an email, but it ended up just being back and forth.
Okay, I imagine we'll hear more from others about this process, which would be educational. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. I think we all appreciate that there is a problem. We're just trying to understand exactly what the problem is and how we can intervene. And I noticed that the Maryland Racing Commission does not look like they provided testimony. So do you know what their official position on this bill is?
Well, this official bill, the way that it is constructed today, does not address the issue. That's why when I said in my testimony, I would like to have it heavily amended to address how does one knock on the door and get it answered for just getting an application. So it would be unfair for them to be able to address something that was not in this bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And just if I may, Madam Chair, we love and support the horse track industry. This is not about, that is the crown jewel of Maryland. We want to be part of it.
Sure, absolutely.
And so please, we are not casting any shade upon that. What we are casting shade upon is the process in 2024 that is not clear and concise for someone to get an application.
Okay, we have Mr. Bob Enton. Where'd you have? I thought he was not coming. Quentin Page, is Quentin Page here? No.
Thank you, Madam Chairman,
You're ready.
members of the committee, Robert Enton, and I'm here today representing the Maryland Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association. They've been my client since 1994. And I've seen a lot of things come and go about horse racing in those 3 decades, believe me. Right now is a particularly challenging time for the racing industry. I think as this committee knows, the racing industry, there's a move to created an authority. There's a move to close Laurel, consolidate racing at Pimlico to find a training facility. And, I can certainly sympathize with the testimony that you heard. But what this bill does is this bill says instead of off-track betting parlors, which is a key part of horse racing, being regulated by the Maryland Racing Commission, off-track betting parlors should be regulated by the Lottery Commission. That's what the bill does. And if you look on page 3 of the fiscal note, I'm sorry, page 4 of the fiscal note at the very top, let me quote, it says, as noted, the Maryland Racing Commission regulates and oversees racetracks as well as wagering on horse racing, including satellite simulcast wagering. As such, the state lottery commission advises that it has no experience in the regulation and oversight of satellite simulcast betting. So if the agency, if the racing commission is not being responsive, well, that's that's an issue that ought to be addressed. It's an issue which this committee perhaps could address through outreach, so that the senator could address through outreach. But the notion that after 100 years of regulation by the Racing Commission, we're now going to turn it over to the Lottery Commission is not the answer to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Senator Heidelman.
We can talk about this more offline, but is there a problem figuring out what the process is for offline betting? I mean, off-track betting.
Once again, in my 30 years, and in all the years now that we've had off-track betting, this is the first time that anyone has ever, that I've heard there is a problem. Mike Hopkins is the administrator for the Racing Commission. We've always felt he does a very good job. I'm not sure what the problem was. But I don't think regardless, I don't think, if the answer is to change who regulates horse racing in the state of
I hear
Maryland.
what you're saying there, but if the sponsor has acknowledged that, that we could rework the bill, but, and I understand your concerns about changing the regulatory agency, but in terms of clarifying and making more transparent the process, would your client have any objection to that?
Well, but obviously we'd want to look at it really, well, once again, I mean, you've invested so much in horse racing over the years, and it's such a big part of the Maryland economy from, that I think we got to be careful to make sure we're not going to do anything which is going to have a negative impact on having a successful racing industry.
I think no one would
Obviously,
dispute that.
we would want to be involved.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here? Jason Weintraub, I see I was looking to see. No. Okay. Is he here? Okay, we are going to slide in Senator Augustine with Senate Bill 908.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 908. Income tax addition, modification, interest for and depreciation of residential rental property. Colleagues, we have a housing crisis. We all know that. And one of the things that we have found is that nationally is that there are investors who are buying up single family homes and packaging them all up and holding them, artificially restricting the amount of property that is available for people to purchase, and also artificially inflating prices by taking advantage of certain tax deductions and for their depreciation that the average homeowner isn't able to do, making it much more difficult for folks to be able to purchase a home, which we know is oftentimes the single greatest investment that people are able to do. So all that this bill does is says that for entities that are that hold 25 or more of these single family homes, that they are not able to basically hold on to the tax deduction and to the depreciation. So they're put in a similar framework like any other regular person who has a home, in the hopes that when they're on that same playing field, it should make it such that people are in a better position to be able to buy homes, for example, versus these entities. And so that's what this bill aims to do. I will just direct you all to the fact, I want to just respond real quickly. The Maryland Multi-Housing Association responded to this piece of legislation. And what I would say is that this bill does not talk about multi-housing situations. This talks about single family homes, and it really isn't aimed at the multi-family homes. And so really their objection really does not really belong, I would argue, against this piece of legislation. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'd ask for a favorable report.
Thank you
on
very
Senate Bill
much.
908. And I like your bells.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. You did well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we are going to go on to the next bill, the Senator McKay, you have it up, Senate Bill 349. And what I wanted to add for you all this afternoon, we have about 110 witnesses left this afternoon for the three bills that we have. If you don't feel shy about just saying I agree or I disagree, but you also have the right to give your full testimony. So each get 2 minutes after Senator McKay.
Well, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I just want to say thank you for allowing us and the rest of the panel to articulate to you something that is very important. My testimony will be very, very quick as I'm trying to take in consideration your time, but it's more important to hear from the people behind me. Now, Senate Bill 349 corrects a wrong from the past. A promise made should be a promise kept. Period. This bill has been presented for years, and you will hear from our retirees. The state of Maryland, hardworking employees who for years were paid not at the free market rate, but were assured the Cadillac state benefits would make up the difference in the lack of pay today. My goal today is to ask the committee to consider amending Senate Bill 349 to delay the implementation of this injustice for just 1 year. If we can retrofit, turn it over, but I know that's going to be very, very hard with the fiscal note. But if we could just consider the implementation to delay for 1 year, to construct a work group to include the retirees' voice in the decision. They did not have that voice when this was crafted during the Governor O'Malley years. By postponing this devastating for 1 year, we may be able to come up with a compromise that has more input from the retirees. You will hear that their voice does matter, and I urge a favorable report with amendments as articulated in my testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Okay, the first witness we're going to take is it Margaret? Mary Fry. Well, I can slide her in whenever she comes in. Okay, so we'll start with William Kahn, Jane Wolfson, Mary Fry. Kathleen Miller, Mark Varner, Sandra Dalton.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
First of all, I'm hearing impaired. So
Okay.
I had trouble hearing you. Hello, I'm Mary Fry, and I'm a state retiree of 31 and a half years. You took an oath of office to represent your constituent. You eliminated our RX drug benefit, the state plan, in 2011, but failed to tell us until 2018. You kept us in the dark for 7 years. This lack of transparency questions the judgment of this legislative body and DBM. State retirees earned and paid for the benefit during their employment with the state, and that money was to go to the trust. So we would receive our benefit during retirement as promised. Medicare Part D and the state plan is not the same. If our drug benefit is not reinstated, many of us will die because we will not be able to afford to get the medication. I called the bond rating company agency, or the bond rating agency that grades your bond. Your AAA bond rating has been the same since 2015. Even after the court order in 2018, you were forced to continue our benefit from 2019 till now. Please don't tell state retirees that you can't continue our RX benefit, our state plan, because of this. Now, I wanted to read what I found in the Public Employees and Retiree Benefit Sustainability Commission report. That was dated in January 2011. Page 23 and 24. Then Part D was implemented in 2003. Maryland, like the vast majority of employers, accepted the federal subsidy in exchange for maintaining its prescription drug benefit for Medicare eligible retirees. The federal subsidy had consistently provided about $20 million to the state annually since its beginning. The state law required that Part D federal subsidy be deposited in the OPEB trust fund. But for fiscal year 2010 to 2012 legislation redirected those funds to support state employees and retiree programs. The federal subsidy is for Medicare eligible retirees and not active employees.
Could I ask
We
you
want a
again to
favorable,
wrap it up, please?
we want a favorable report for Senate Bill 349.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, William Kahn.
I'm William Kahn. I retired in 2003 from the Office of the Attorney General. I was with the office for 26 years. The reimbursement programs in 2019 Senate Bill 946 fall far short of what was needed and also what was intended. These programs say they will reimburse a retiree for out-of-pocket costs, but in Medicare Part D, the words out-of-pocket costs mean what a retiree pays for a drug covered by the retiree's Part D plan. If a drug is not covered, the retiree pays for it completely with his own or her own funds, and they pay the full list price for the drugs, no discounts, rebates, reductions, anything. And they would not be reimbursed under the 2019 drug coverage programs. The $1,500, $2,000 cap wouldn't apply. The life-sustaining drug program is supposed to reimburse for out-of-pocket costs for a drug not covered by the retiree's Part D plan, if the drug is covered by a state plan. This is a non sequitur. It's a contradiction in terms. There are no out-of-pocket costs for a drug not covered by a Part D plan. This is important because the state plan wraps around Part D. So it's formulary. The list of covered drugs is much broader and more comprehensive than Part D formulas. This poses a substantial risk that a retiree's drug, especially one prescribed after enrollment, will not be covered by the Part D plan. No DBM administrator will be able to cure or even help this. The problem is in the words of the statute. Unless and until this can be fixed, the state plan should be reinstated. Please
You wrap it
give
up,
a
sir.
favorable report.
Thank you very much. Okay, can I just announce, if you are in this room for this current bill that we're talking about, you're welcome to stay right now, but we have a room full of people out in the hallway waiting to come in and testify. So if you are here for the next bill and wouldn't mind going out for a little bit so the others can come in, that would be appreciated. Okay, Jane Wolfson.
In 2018, when I and thousands of other retirees retirees hired before 2011, first learned that our prescription benefits had been revoked 7 years earlier, we felt totally betrayed. In 2019, legislators responded and passed SB 946, trying to alleviate the crisis that was pending. Unfortunately, the provisions of 946, which is now law, do not alleviate the problem. 946 assumes that Medicare Part D and the state plan are similar, but they're very different in terms of coverage. Medications that are affordable under the state plan could become totally unaffordable on Medicare D. The promise of a cap for out-of-pocket expenses does not help, since only costs associated with drugs covered by the formulary, that is the list of drugs on someone's selected plan, can count towards out-of-pocket. President Ferguson has said that our total costs will be lower after our switch to D, Medicare D, not for me. I have evaluated the plans that cover my current medications, and my costs, and those of most of us, I believe, are going to be higher. I have colleagues who've worked for the state for 40 or 50 years, but who retired after January 1, 2020. Under the provisions of the new law, these retirees receive nothing. I'm worried about what's going to happen to me. I know there are plans to provide life-sustaining drugs, but at this stage in my life, I'm equally concerned about drugs that preserve my quality of life. When I joined the state workforce, I was promised a safe landing. I would receive medical and drug coverage as a retiree. I could spend all my energy on my job, and my future was secure. I'm coming up on 80 now, and my life expectancy is limited. This policy change destroyed my safe landing. SB 49 will restore it.
Thank you. Okay, Kathleen Miller.
Yes. Legislators say most retirees should experience little, if any, changes in out-of-pocket prescription drug costs. It's not true. Retirees will have huge increases in drug costs, and the state will pay high medical bills when retirees stop taking medication and end up in the emergency room. Some will die. Drugs are cheaper. The state plan is part Medicare D and part state funded with a robust formulary or drug list. In contrast, each Medicare Part D plan drug list is unique. Retirees must enter their prescription drugs when choosing a plan. When taking multiple drugs, the chance of having drugs not covered increases. Most Part D plans limit their drug list, even expensive plans. Canceling the state plan is going to hurt those who take multiple drugs. That may not be the intent, but is the result. Only covered drugs included in your Part D plan count toward out-of-pocket costs for the $2,000 cap that's supposed to fix everything. All you need is one expensive uncovered drug and you're doomed. My husband had cancer and needed chemotherapy. Suddenly he had a blood clot and was prescribed a blood thinner, which the state plan covers for a $50 copay for 90 days. But Part D charges coinsurance, 20 to 50% of the covered drug cost. On Part D, it would cost $400 to $1,000 every 90 days. Part D will cause a huge increase for covered drugs. Then, had the drug not been covered, he would have had to pay $2,000 for 90 days. Sometimes a cheaper substitute drug may be used, and sometimes it cannot. He needed this drug. Last year, drugs on the state plan cost us $800 plus. Next year, with Part D, it's $4,700. That's $1,200 more for covered drugs and $2,700 more for uncovered drugs. To say there is a $2,000 cap when someone has to pay $4,700, that's with the cap, that's just wrong. Please vote yes for SB 349.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, thank you. Our next panel, we have Mark Varner, Sandra Dalton, Susan Horner, Edward Malloy, Rose Jackson, and James Roberts.
Mark Varner is coming in virtually.
Okay.
I can start if you wish, ma'am.
No, we'll take you towards the end, sir. Just hang on with us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we can still take more at the table. How about Tammy Bresnahan?
I'm sorry, I had a little hard of hearing.
Tammy Bresnahan, Lori Mabille, maybe my bio.
Is your name Lori?
Deborah
No,
Hill.
Grace Jackson.
Is Deborah Hill here?
Yes. She's out in the hall.
Okay, and Richard Norman. Okay. Who wants to start? Go ahead, Tammy.
Okay, we'll go down this way.
Yeah.
That's fine. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP Maryland and a proud state of Maryland retiree as well. I retired in 2011, right after this bill took effect. But as you can see by the outpouring of the people that have come down here, their lives have been turned upside down. Their lives have been turned upside down because they don't know what's next. And as someone said before me, their lives could be even more turned upside down because they don't know how they're going to pay for the much needed drugs that they may need. Retirees feel like the state has backed down on a benefit, and it's disappointing because the drug benefit does not align with the benefit package that many of them felt or thought that they would be getting during their retirement. AARP has a long history of advocating for retirees, retiree benefits, and retirees to live a long, healthy, wonderful life. We ask you, we beg you to support Senate Bill 349. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rose Jackson. I'm a state of Maryland resident all my life, and I work for the state pension system. And we were never told, and we never told people that were retiring that their benefit was going to be removed as of January of 2019. And I retired in 2010, but those that retired in 2016 were also not told. And when we help make people make the decisions to put their spouse on, they made huge cost purchases to make sure they had enough creditable service to maintain their health benefits and retirement. And it was part of our seminars. I spoke to hundreds of people at all the universities, all over the state of Maryland, one-on-one counseling. And we guarantee them, once you had that creditable service in your account, you would maintain the same health benefits and prescription and dental that you had as an employee for the state of Maryland. And some of them would make thousands of dollars of purchases to make sure they had that enough creditable service in there. And I'm a single person. To lose this benefit, I'm very frightened that I will not be able to pay to keep up prescriptions when I need them. I don't need them now. I've never abused any benefit of the state of Maryland. But when I need them, I will be 80 years old and I'll have to change Medicare plans every year. I feel the state has let me down. If you went through every job I had with the state, I had superior ratings and very good recommendations, letters to the governor, and I feel I fulfilled my obligation to the state. I stayed after work, not on my time, to make sure I got back to all my phone calls from retirees from that day. And to be let down by the state of Maryland, I can't even believe that a bill would be retroactively to take a benefit that I retired with away from me and all the other retirees. So I beg of you, as a former state employee and a resident of Maryland, to please support this bill, Senate Bill 349. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Susan Honer. I am a state retiree I was in Holly Center, and I also helped people with their benefits and recruitment and retirement. And we had a hard time recruiting people. We employed nurses, housekeepers. We were a 24/7 facility, and we recruited and we competed against the hospitals in the area. And one of our ways that we were able to get people was when we would tell them about our benefits. They took a lesser salary in order to have the benefit for when they retired. And I would sit there and tell people, don't just think about today, think about tomorrow when you retire and you need other things. If you come to work for the state, then you will have these benefits. All you have to do is work 16 years and be a vested employee, and you will be able to have these benefits. Just like she said, we went to seminars, we went to trainings, and not one time was it ever mentioned that we were going to be in jeopardy of losing our prescription drug plan. It was a guarantee and a promise These people worked, they contributed, they paid their dues. And now that they're an older senior citizen in need of this, you're going to slap them in the face and take it from them? How can you do something like that to these people that have worked for the state of Maryland and give you everything they had, and now you're going to take it from them? Please support this Senate bill. I beg you, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is James Roberts. I support the favorable report on Senate Bill 349. The state claims that Medicare Part D is equivalent to the current state prescription plan, but it is not. There's a number of reasons for that. One is that the formulary for the state prescription plan is much more extensive than the formulary for any plan that is available in Maryland under Part D. Employees or retirees must pay the entire cost of a drug that is not on their formulary. Those costs are also not counted toward the Medicare cap. And so they end up paying the entire amount out. We did an analysis of taking one retiree's prescription lists and compared it to all the different plans. Even the least expensive plan in Maryland was $3,720 more than the state plan on an annual basis. There are many questions that need to be addressed. For one thing, the DBM estimate of the number of people affected is way too low. They're talking about approximately 53,000. You'll see that in a number of different publications. But they also note that 40% of the current employees in Maryland were hired before 2011. These same people will be losing their benefits when they retire. So we're talking about a large number of people that are going to be affected by this move, much larger than what you might find. And this information we took just from the fiscal and policy notes that were just released within the last 24 hours. So I would like to support Senator McKay's idea about delaying implementation, and we can take a look at some of these questions. And I also support favorable report on Senate Bill 349. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoever's next.
Hello, my name is Deborah Hill. I'm the attorney in Fitch v. Maryland that sued the state and the governor and the Department of Budget and Management because of the injustice that occurred here. I have been fighting for 6 years to get this benefit reinstated on behalf of United We Matter and as an attorney in the federal system. It's no way that you can say that these individuals did not earn this particular benefit. And they are a finite and diminishing group. This group that we're talking about will not grow larger. These are the people who vested into this benefit prior to 2011. And at this point, they are diminishing. So to withhold an earned benefit from these state retirees is cruel. We're talking about people's lives. Everyone knows as you get older, your body starts to deteriorate. And that is why you make these sacrifices like they did in order to have some sort of health care when they retire. And at this point, to find out that when they need it the most, this is when it's going to be stripped from them. That makes their whole sacrifice egregious. They took less money so that they would have some sort of stability when they retired. I call this the delayed gratification generation. There's not many of you left. There's not many of them left. Please do right and present a favorable report of 349. They would appreciate it.
My name is Laurie Maybeal. My husband and I are Democrat voters living in Montgomery County. I am also a retired employee of the state of Maryland. I'm here today speaking for myself and for other retirees similarly situated. I gave most of my career to serve the people of Maryland. I did so fairly and with full devotion. I also did so under agreements made on my very first day of employment. I understood that despite hard work, salaries would be kept low. However, by working hard, serving our constituents and staying the course, I would earn specific retirement benefits provided by the state of Maryland. This included prescription drug coverage, which would be on par with that of an employee. This benefit was reinforced over and over and over throughout the years. And now my earned benefit has been taken from me, and we have been relegated instead to standard Medicare D, with much smaller formularies, much higher premiums, and deductibles that are not in any way covered by prior legislation. So I ask you, with more than 50,000 such negatively targeted constituents, disabled, senior, elderly, minority, retirees, why is there not a 100% bipartisan effort to return what we earned? An earned benefit that is a minuscule part of the state budget. And what will happen to those of us who can't absorb the higher cost? They'll be crowding your emergency rooms as a lack of access to medications. So I urge you to please consider the myriad health crises facing your aging and disabled retirees and act now to support SB 349 and return what we earned.
Everyone on this panel had a chance to speak already?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions for this panel? Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of this hearing, but thank you all for being here. No questions? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to try to make sure that we do have everyone. It looks like most folks have already been called up to the point that's on this list. How about Edward Malloy? What's that?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, yep, I'm just gonna keep calling folks up. That's who I just called.
You did? You did Rose? Okay.
She seems to think you already called her.
Oh, she did?
About Richard Norman,
I think sometimes they can't hear.
Ken Fitch, Richard Norman, Ken Fitch. Donald McCord.
I'm on Zoom.
Okay. Mr. McCord is on Zoom?
No. Ken Fitch is on Zoom.
Ken Fitch is on Zoom, okay.
Correct.
All right, we'll jump in with one of those. Let's do Mr. Fitch, since he's on there. Other people are filling chairs up there. Laura Nottingham, James McTeague, Marilyn Miller. You want to fill up the seats up front, and we'll go to Mr. Fitch.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm
Hi,
Ken
Mr.
Fitch. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I is in Fitch v. Maryland. I took the state to court because we work for this stuff. We work for lower wages. We took furlough days. You name it, we didn't have no increments because we had the benefits. Now we want to use our benefits. The lawmakers want to take them away. The only reason we have them right now is because the injunction we got in 2018. If we wouldn't have got that injunction, if I would have moved as fast as we moved to get that injunction, people would have been off for 5, 6 years. We had people die already, rationing medications. And we pay your salaries. We vote you in. You're supposed to be working for the people. These are seniors. Do the right thing. support SB 349. There's no other way. No other way. We paid for it, we earned it, we worked for it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitch. Questions for Mr. Fitch?
Bring them
Okay.
on.
Thank you. And we're gonna move on to the folks who are sitting here. Just tell me your name before you begin.
Richard Norman.
Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Richard Norman. I'm a retired Maryland State Trooper with 28 years of service. I'm currently the Executive Director of the Maryland Trooper Association, represents 2,600 members. 1,500 of them are retired. The MTA supports 349. Many of retirees retired before July 1st, 2011, and had dedicated their lives to service to citizens of Maryland. Some of my classmates are no longer with us because they died serving the people of the state of Maryland. Many of our retirees served the citizens for over 30 years in a job that's really hard to do, as you know, with police work. In 2011, the state underwent a study on the pension system that dealt with the unfunded liability facing the state for future pension benefits. Part of that whole study and the ultimate decision was to discontinue prescription coverage for Medicare eligible employees or retirees. Most of the MTA retirees have known only the state's prescription plan, and many have believed they would retain their prescription coverage for life. Many elderly MTA retirees fear the unknown future of prescription coverage. My 92-year-old mother-in-law is scared to death. She has had the state's prescription coverage for 45 years. And she is really worried about what's going to happen to her. And she figures in about a year, she's dead because she's not going to be able to handle the prescription coverage. This legislation would allow those who began state prior to July 1st, 2011 to remain in the state's prescription program to continue being covered for a system they're familiar with and one they've worked with all their lives. New employees starting service after July 1st, 2011 are aware of this prescription coverage and have time to deal with it when they get to 65 Medicare eligible. So therefore, the MTA asked for a favorable report for Senate Bill 349. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Don McCord, a retired trooper from the Maryland State Police. I served 19 years before being medically retired in 1999 after being injured in the line of duty. For approximately the last 23 years, I have practiced medicine as a nationally board certified physician assistant. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Police Alumni Association to testify in support of Senate Bill 349. I felt it necessary to bring to the committee's attention circumstances that I believe are unique to the Maryland State Police. Troopers hired before April 1986 did not pay into Social Security or the Medicare tax known as FICA and were not given an option. It wasn't until April of 1986 that new hires were subsequently enrolled under provisions whereby the 1.4% FICA tax was being withheld, thus qualifying these individuals for Medicare. I would also mention that a state trooper that works a second job to earn their Social Security quarters may forfeit as much as 40 to 50% of their Social Security benefit if they fail to meet the 30 years of required substantial earnings under the federal windfall elimination provision. I'll also mention the results of a survey that I conducted that revealed that we have retirees paying substantial amounts of out-of-pocket expenses for Medicare Part A, as well as recent retirees that will not qualify for Medicare Part A at 65 years of age. This dovetails directly into Medicare Part D. Senate Bill 349 will protect those mentioned above, as well as all retired Medicare eligible state employees. I would respectfully request your support in favor of passing this piece of legislation and find a unique solution for continued funding. Thank you.
My name is Edward J. Malloy IV. I come before you this afternoon as an example of someone who built an honorable 30-year career in state government, fully aware that I was trading a larger salary elsewhere for an unbeatable package of benefits. Among these benefits was prescription drug coverage, which was to follow me into retirement. I served the state in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I worked for the Departments of Correction, Juvenile Services, and Human Services in positions of increasing responsibility. During the entire decade of the 1990s, I was the Assistant Director for Administration at the Washington County Department of Social Services. In 1996, my child support unit was chosen as a demonstration site, which pitted us against private sector Lockheed Martin in a head-to-head competition ordered by the state legislature. We blew them out of the water. Just one example of our many accomplishments. But my favorite duty during the last decade of my career was conducting new employee orientation in our agency of 250 employees. I was proud to tell these new hires how the state benefits were a true Cadillac in the industry, which would extend into retirement. Although I spoke in good faith, I feel that I lied to many people at this point. The 2024 General Assembly is in a position to overrule a callous decision made covertly in 2011 and not made known to us until 2018. While implementation has been deferred by a lawsuit, the state has been able to continue these benefits to this date without apparent problem, and there is a pool of eligible seniors who are shrinking by natural attrition. The state can't afford to give its eldest retirees this vital coverage at the time we need it most. Thank you for your support.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Dalton. I entered state service in 1971. I am a 74-year-old retiree with 40 years of state service. I live alone with an income comprised only of my pension and Social Security, which barely covers my house payment, living expenses, and car payment. I have no way to pay for a supplemental prescription plan or higher co-payments. I submitted written testimony that listed the 13 daily prescription medications I currently take. I am a diabetic taking 3 different types of insulin. My other medications are for high blood pressure, high cholesterol, a hiatal hernia, neuropathy, diabetic retinopathy, AFib, and anemia. If I lose my state prescription plan, I will be forced to choose which medications I will continue to take and which I can no longer afford to take. I will be putting my life at risk playing Russian roulette to see if I lose the coverage. We are a group of aging seniors who were promised this coverage and need it now more than ever. We lost many things along the way. We lost but we lost hour lunches that went to half hour. There was nothing we could do about it. We lost a 40-hour work week, a 35-hour work week that went to a 40-hour work week. We lost pay raises and increases. They were frozen. I am grateful to have been given the opportunity to present this information to you today. Please help us to retain our current prescription drug coverage with your support. It will be just what the doctor ordered.
Thank you very much. Questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. So I am going to take Mark Varner on Zoom, but before I do that, I want to call up folks to fill up the chairs once again. Ron Bailey, Cindy Smalls, Richard Graham, David Engel, Laura Nottingham, James McTeague, Marilyn Miller. Mr. Varner, welcome.
Thank you, Senator, and to all those on the committee. I speak in favor of Senate Bill 349 and respectfully request a favorable opinion from this committee. The previous speakers have covered many things, so I'll say I concur with theirs. And let me finish by indicating how it will matter to me personally. The monthly cost of my program will double. That's just for the cost of Medicare Part D because of the type medications I have. And my out-of-pocket costs, which are the copays you pay for medications, will increase sevenfold. So, like the previous speaker, I have to come up with another $6,000 or so, maybe up to $20,000 next year if the formulary changes for my medications that keep me alive after a heart transplant. I thank you, and a favorable vote would be greatly appreciated by all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being with us today. We're going to move on to the panel now. And if you'll just, if you just introduce yourself, we'll start on this end, that's fine.
Okay. Good day, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm David A. Engel. I'm a retired state employee with 41 years of service. In the last 26 years of my career, I was the Director of Social Services in Washington County, Maryland, where I managed 250 state employees who did the hardest jobs most Marylanders don't even think about. We rescued abused children and adults. We helped needy families achieve financial independence, collected and distributed tens of millions of dollars of child support. These were very hard and thankless jobs. These services were delivered by truly unsung heroes with professionalism, care, and compassion. We performed truly 1,000 small miracles every day. And we did this for below market wages in the midst of job and wage freezes and furloughs. Oops, I lost my place here. I'm sorry. On one of the only ways that we could recruit and retain competent staff was to constantly stress the great state benefits package, including prescription benefits. And now that is being unfairly taken away. My wife, also a state retiree, has chronic health problems. And many times I've heard her doctor say that she must have a pretty good prescription plan because most of his patients can't get the kind of drugs that she's receiving. Many other retirees have similar conditions. Please don't pull the rug out from under us. Please correct this injustice that was concocted in secret. Please treat us with the same care and compassion we showed your constituents. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. My name is Ron Bailey. I serve as a correctional officer at several state prisons for over 20 years before I retired as captain in 1996. I urge you to support Senate Bill 349, which will restore access to state prescription plan for state retirees that were hired before 2011. Current and former state employees depend upon your actions. Please try to put yourself in their shoes of an average state retiree in the pension system. 66,000 retirees bring home an average of $1,541 per month. Even with Social Security, their income is barely enough to meet prescription plans. Has been a life-threatening for us. With Medicare Part D's, retirees will for the first time face deductibles since there are none in the state's plans. Under the state's plan, currently my wife and I have spent $1,500 on medicine. We have reached an out-of-pocket maximum. However, with Medicare Part D, each one of us would need to spend $2,000 for medicine before we would reach an out-of-pocket maximum. The difference of $2,500 is huge. The development of prescription drugs has greatly reduced other medical costs, including hospitalization. But if we can't afford to buy them, you can be sure that more people will be sick, more people will be in the hospital, and more people will die. The state's budget is a reflection of the priorities of our state. The fact that the legislators is refusing to pay for our medicine once we retire means that we are not a priority. I urge you to make us a priority and restore our prescription drug coverage.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Tax Committee. My name is Cindy Smalls, representing ASME. I'm testifying before you today in support of SB 349. Those hired before the 2011 legislation had every expectation that the promise made when they were hired would be kept and that they and their dependents upon becoming eligible for Medicare Part D would remain on the state's plan. Retirees find the retroactive taking of this benefit to be unfair. It is unaffordable for thousands of them. As Ron mentioned, the average monthly pension benefit for state employees is less than $1,500 a month. The transfer of these retirees to Medicare Part D not only transfers costs to Medicare, but it also transfers expensive costs to the retirees. To determine the best plan, a retiree needs to enter a list of their medications they take. The Medicare plan provides them a plan. The retiree can then choose the plan that is the cheapest, that's least in theory. The problem is that the plan varies in cost, deductible, premium copay. One of the elements is lower and then the other are higher. We ask the committee to please take a look at this issue and support SB 349. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and all your committee members. Thank you so much for this hearing. My name is Laura Nottingham. I'm a 32-year retiree of Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, and I'm really asking you to please support this bill. Sadly, I have developed Graves' thyroid disease, and my doctor explains to me it is deadly. Right now, I've been able to maintain using methimazole, and the doctor tries as best as he and she can to make sure I get my medications to last at least the 90 days. But we came into this retirement thinking that we were going to be guaranteed this benefit, and it is a priceless benefit, and we don't take it for granted. So we're asking you all to please stand with us with this high cost of the medicines that are constantly rising. And I also must thank you all to Maryland Classified Employees. We've been with them for over 32 years, and they really stand firm with us in trying to get prescription costs down. A lot of people here today really need this medicine. So far, I have this one bad disease, but as you've heard, others have even more. So we're asking you, please continue this allotment. And thank you so much. Hopefully one day you may need it as well, but thank you for allowing us this time. Please give us your support.
Good afternoon. My name is James McTighe. I was a state employee for 20 years. The chair and committee members, we greatly appreciate you having this hearing so that you could hear us out. I joined Towson University as a state employee in 1999. I left a corporate job and experienced a significant decrease in pay and benefits because of the promise of retirement benefits that would help me in my retirement. As I understand the bill, it grandfathers only those employees that were hired prior to July 1st, 2011, when the benefit programs were changed. I had the opportunity to listen on the internet, a panel on this subject hosted by the University of Maryland Emeritus Association. And some of the points that they put out detailed the differences of the plan that we have now and different plans going forward and what those costs would be. One of the items that they put up was someone with type 2 diabetes and a form of arthritis who would currently pay under the plan $1,400. The least plan would be $6,400, and the more expensive plans, which were most of them, would be tens of thousands of dollars. The benefit was in our employment books being showed as a retirement benefit when we were hired. There are many state retirees that plan on this benefit when they retired and took positions of less salary, knowing that the retiree benefits like our prescription drug plan would be there later in life. Failure to pass this bill will significantly hurt state retirees. There are bills providing this benefit where there was no promise made and folks didn't earn it. Last year, 2 bills related to this issue did not come out of committee. I trust that will not happen this year. Please move this bill forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Richard Graham. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 349 as a 2-time retiree of the state of Maryland. I served over 27 years with the Maryland State Police, including about 9 years here in the House of Delegates as a Sergeant at Arms under Speaker Taylor. I valued that job, and I knew always I had my back. My back was covered, and I would get this benefit. So I did not mind sacrificing the time that I had to work as a trooper. I retired in 2005 and immediately took a job with the Department of Public Safety as the Assistant Warden of North Branch Correctional Institution to help build that institution. Recently retired as the Warden of the Western Correctional Institution. During my retirement from Maryland State Police, I was always assured that this benefit would be there. So I took it for granted that would be there, and I never took it for granted that it was a privilege that I had and that I enjoyed. At issue for the benefits of retirees, all state employees who are eligible for this, there are some of us who never paid Social Security. So we are definitely going to be hit at a larger rate on this. I am under the Windfall Elimination Act as I take my Social Security. So I will receive a small percentage of the Social Security, which Part D will be taken out of. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but we do need your support in this. We'd like the favorable committee report, maybe bring it to the floor. Let's see what we can do on the floor. I appreciate all your support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much. We're going to take Mr. Myers, who's on virtual, but I'm going to try to see if we can fill up others who may be in the audience who have signed up. Marilyn Miller, Howard Killian. Not sure if Mary Fry is already testified. Patricia Nowalski. Did I get them? Is that all of them? That might be it. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Myers, welcome.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Jeff Myers. I retired from the state in 2022 after 36 years of service. 25 years of that service was as principal counsel to the Maryland Department of Aging.
Can we just a second, Mr. Myers, I can't hear you. Can we find our seats, please? Okay, Mr. Myers, sorry.
I was saying that for 25 years of my service as a state employee, it was as principal counsel to the Maryland Department of Aging. And as you look at the panelists before you today, what we have is a classic case of age discrimination by the state of Maryland. The General Assembly was granted a respite from this day of reckoning by the injunction case that had been going on by Mr. Fitch, that was referred to earlier. But we are now at the day of reckoning. If we were doctors, we would be looking at a comatose patient on life support, the patient being the retired state employees pharmaceutical program. As senators, you can resuscitate the program by passing SB 349. I urge you to do so. You also have your hands on the life support plug. If you vote against this bill, you will be pulling the final plug on the program, putting the final nail in the coffin. I realize that cost is the big issue here. Few disagree that what the state is doing is unsavory from an ethical and moral standpoint. However, legitimate questions have been raised about the extent of the true cost of the program. Therefore, if you're not willing to vote in favor of SB 349, please at least refrain from voting against it and pulling the plug. Please at least continue the program for a year or whatever time it takes to get an accurate handle on the true cost of the program, of the other post-employment benefit programs of which the pharmaceutical program is merely a part. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, you can begin, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Senate and Budget Taxation Committee. My name is Marilyn Miller, and I'm the current president of Maryland Classified Employees Association, AFT Local 1935. MCEA represents approximately 1,100 retirees who are in favor of this bill. So I'm here to testify on their behalf, and I do have a couple of my retirees here that will testify to their own personal. My personal thing with all of this, I think it's a travesty that we're taking the prescription plan from our retirees, because the retirees in my local, they range from 75 to 96 years old. And without this prescription plan, the Medicare plan I went on to for my problems, they don't carry 3 of the meds I have to take. And the medications that I do take cannot have a side effect of pancreatitis, because in 2015, I let my gallbladder go too far and I was knocking on death's door, and it infected my pancreas and my liver. So now I can't take any meds that have anything to do with pancreatitis. So my one med that I take for my psoriatic arthritis is $6,000 a month. And under Medicare, well, under the state plan, I pay $25, but under Medicare, I have to pay roughly $5,500, and they'll only cover the rest. And I don't get that much in retirement for me to afford this prescription. And when I came on with the state of Maryland, I joined the state of Maryland because of the benefits that were promised to me when I got this age. And thank you, and I hope you vote favorable for it.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I worked for the state of Maryland from November of '79 to July of 2012. Immediately after retiring from the state, Patricia Nowakowski, sorry. Immediately after retiring from the state, I went to work for the federal government. But before I retired, I made an appointment with the Human Resources Division to ask them if I should continue my health insurance prescription plans, dental plans, and vision plans, because the federal government offers these plans as well. The people in Human Resources asked me how long I plan to work for the feds. I said at that point I was unsure. And they advised me to keep my state benefits. They showed me a booklet where I was guaranteed these benefits for life. And they said, you know, if you only work for 5 years for the feds, you don't get those benefits. You don't get them until you work for 10 years. And so they were like, why would you give up your benefits that you work for and earned when you are guaranteed these benefits? You may not work that long for the feds. So I took their advice. And this was in 2012, after the legislation had passed. They were completely unaware of it, as was I. And so I took their advice and kept my state benefits. And now that I'm about to retire from the federal government, these benefits are going to be taken away from me. I've had a chronic lifelong condition because in 1980, I had neurosurgery for a prolactin-producing brain tumor. And I've had residual effects my entire life from that. I currently take 8 prescriptions. So even with a federal pension, a state pension, and Social Security, it will be impossible for me to pay for the medications that I take because of costs. And so I ask you to reinstate the coverage for state employees as was promised to us and as we need. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and committee. As a Maryland state retirees, I support Senate Bill 349. My name is Howard Killian, and I worked for the state of Maryland for 31 years, and I have cancer. The difference between out-of-pocket costs that I'm now paying for my cancer medication and Medicare Part D plan is approximately $10,000 or more per year. It is a big difference in only one medication. This is another issue that we must worry about as in our retirement years. We earn and paid for health and prescription benefits. But in 2018, in federal court, the state retirees were told that prescription coverage was eliminated to keep the AAA bond rating. Has the AAA bond rating changed in the last 5 years? What happened to the governor's motto, leaving no Marylander behind? I guess that state retirees are no longer considered as Marylanders. Therefore, I and other state retirees are supporting Senate Bill 349. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. I didn't, from what we can tell, that's all who have signed up to testify. Is that accurate? You're raising your hand, you signed up to testify? Then certainly come forward. That should be it. Give us your names when you testify. We can make sure you're recorded correctly.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. We did sign up through the Maryland State Police Alumni Association. One of our members did testify first. This is John Turl, a retiree. He'll testify first. I'm Sarah Mastronardi. I will retire. We'll testify second.
That's fine, and we're happy to have you testify, but
Thank you.
signing up with them isn't signing up with us.
No, sir. I went on the website.
Oh, you did?
Yes,
Oh,
sir. Yes, sir.
okay. I don't know why we didn't get you.
I don't know either.
That happens sometimes. It's all
Well-
good. All good. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is John Turl. I'm a retired Maryland trooper. I entered the Maryland State Police when I was 22 years old, a recent veteran of the United States Coast Guard. Had an expecting wife, was attempting to learn a college degree. And the state police was opening up a new highway. They currently call it the JFK Highway. It was in 1963 when they opened it, and I needed a job because of my pregnant wife. The years passed. My wife and I raised 3 kids. We had childhood diseases. We had a few broken bones with the kids. They now have their own families. But I'm 83 years old. My wife is 80. And we have some age-related medical problems. I have diabetes and I have a heart condition. My father had a heart condition. My older brother had a heart condition. My wife's father-in-law had a heart condition. And I have lost 2 children to heart conditions. One was 57 years old and one was 47 years old. Anyway, this prescription plan, it kind of like cold. All of a sudden, you have a job for a career, you stay retired for a while, and they change the rules. And the way I understand the rule changed is they changed our pension system. We had one that never paid into Social Security, didn't have anything to do with the federal government. And it was 100 years old or something. They formed the Maryland State Police in like 1920, 1911, I think it was. We were solvent. We had a good pension problem. And then the state decides they're going to change the Maryland State Police pension. And they did, and they incorporated Social Security in with it. However, they forgot us old guys that never paid into any of the federal government programs. They want us to go to this Medicare Part D. Well, we can't. We've never paid into the programs. And I guess my time's up.
Finish.
Well, that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, senators of the committee, and all interested parties and guests. I'm Sarah Mastronardi. I'm retired first sergeant with the Maryland State Police, and I am president of the State Police Alumni Association. I realize this dilemma was not caused by Governor Moore or the senators in this room, but it happened. It appears that no action was put in place until a bill called Senate Bill 946. And those provisions to assist, educate, and train our seniors have not been put in place to assist the over 50,000 state retirees affected by the loss of their prescription drug plan. Our retirees, many in their 80s, are not prepared for this. Not only are many not technology savvy, but many have physical impairments that will burden them from obtaining the best plan. Even I receive 3 to 4 calls a day from telemarketing groups trying to sell me Medicare Advantage programs. That oxymoron is that there is no advantage, just more money out of pocket that many folks don't have. Some of our retirees are getting $113 a month Social Security check and then their monthly retirement check under poverty level. Our retirees hired before 1987 were not offered or paid into Social Security. This unique, most vulnerable group of state retirees are the ones that are most adversely affected by the loss of the prescription drug plan. Many were told as a police officer, you won't live to have Social Security. And the employer offered a lower salary that was often compensated with good benefits that included this prescription drug plan. I believe that we could identify the limited group of retirees and retain their plan. For this hearing alone, I had 4 seniors that were unable to attend today due to unexpectedly being hospitalized. For this reason alone, I'm asking you that you consider our seniors because they're in a panic. I'll close with an excerpt from Governor Moore's State of the State address earlier this month. Support those who run towards danger instead of running away from it. This means standing with our state workers who often go unsung and unheard. And that means uplifting the families of those who put everything on the line to keep us safe. Our men and women put everything on the line to keep Marylanders safe. They completed their missions for the citizens of the great state of Maryland. Many were injured in the course of their duties, both physically and mentally. Now, I respectfully ask for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking me.
Thank you for having us.
You bet. That concludes the hearing on that bill. We're going to move on. We'll let the room, if it's going to clear or the folks come in. I know we've got a lot of folks signed up for the next one, next 2. Senator Watson. So
Is that okay?
yeah, it's great. Yeah.
You ready, Mr. Chair?
Let people get seated.
Oh, okay.
Hey, guys, if there's no seats, you can't stand, okay? So you can't have to wait outside. No, I have to bring some other water, okay?
Okay, so we have two bills before us, Senate Bill 565 and 603 regarding iGaming. One is related to establishing a referendum. The other is actually beginning the process of moving iGaming forward in and of itself. I have 30 witnesses signed up for the referendums, 50 for the other, actually a little more than both, on the 33 and 56 when you take the virtuals. What I'd like to do, since they are really integral to one another, is allow folks when they come up to testify on both at the same time, so that hopefully we can move the process along as fast as possible. If in fact you do want to speak on both bills. We're going to begin with the senator, of course. He's got several panels. I think what I'm going to do is probably get halfway through his panels, and then I will let those who are signed up in opposition come up for a bit, and then I will let the other panels go, and we'll just take turns a little bit back and forth. So his first two panels will go after he speaks, and then we'll take some of the folks who are in opposition. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, colleagues. Senator Ron Watson here first to speak on Senate Bill 565. This is the Internet Gaming Referendum. Colleagues, last year when I started working on an iGaming bill, speaking with the Attorney General's office, this bill has to go to referendum. It must go to the voters. And so this simple bill basically says and asks the voters the question: do you favor the expansion of commercial gaming in the state of Maryland to authorize internet gaming for the primary purpose of raising revenue for education? That is that bill. And I request your favorable support. That bill, just in case we needed more time to work through this, I hope this committee will pass, because the next bill that I'm going to tell you gives you the reasons and rationale why this is so important. So now I'll tee up Senate Bill 603. I'm pleased to sponsor, present, and ask for your support for Senate Bill 603, Internet Gaming. First, let me give the committee a quick summary of where we are. We've known our impending fiscal challenges for some time now, due in large part to our commitment to funding to the Blueprint for Education, a commitment vitally important to our state and our children as we ensure they are prepared for productive futures and that we have the funding for this to be successful. The General Assembly passed the Blueprint back in 2020. The legislation marked $3.9 billion investment in education. General Assembly has funded this investment through 2027. It is not funded for 2028 and beyond, a situation that this committee knows very well. We've all heard of the significant pressure the Blueprint has placed on our local school systems. And in Prince George's County today, we're struggling to determine critical cuts in services to meet our obligations. Colleagues, we must succeed in this effort. What is internet gaming, or more commonly known as iGaming? iGaming is a digital platform that allows individuals to play various casino games over the internet. These platforms provide a wide range of games typically found in traditional brick and mortar casinos, such as slots, poker, and table games like blackjack and roulette. The games are often designed to simulate the experience of playing in a physical casino with realistic graphics, sound effects, and gameplay mechanics. Maryland boasts 6 brick and mortar casinos, each of which significantly contributes to the funding our Education Trust Fund, but they can do more. We are missing that critical fourth leg of the casino stool, iGaming, and we are fortunate to have our top 3 casinos with extensive experience with iGaming. We have MGM, the nation's top grossing casino outside of Las Vegas, Maryland Live, which operates iGaming through its casino in Pennsylvania, as well as the Horseshoe. So where are we? Last year, I presented Senate Bill 267, a bill which outlined a framework for iGaming, as this committee commissioned a study through our Lottery and Gaming Commission to examine some of the key aspects of iGaming implementation, to include potential revenue, market estimates, Maryland's current illegal market, responsible gaming, consumer protections, and multi-jurisdictional gaming, among other aspects that I will leave it to the experts to discuss. I took our framework, consulted with numerous industry experts and legislators who have implemented iGaming in their respective states while representing Maryland at the National Council of Legislators of Gaming States Conference last year. What you now have in front of you is Senate Bill 603, which serves as a baseline. Let me repeat, this is not a final bill, but a baseline. So let me briefly describe the key components of the bill before turning it over to my panel of experts. Fundamental aspects. This is a referendum, and the question must be approved by voters, because this, according to the Attorney General, is an expansion of gaming. The State Lottery and Gaming Control Commission would regulate iGaming to the same extent that the commission regulates the operation of the state's casinos and facilities. Within the bill, and to the extent permitted by the state, maximize the ability of minorities, women, and minority and women-owned businesses to participate in the iGaming industry, including through the ownership of licenses to conduct internet gaming. This provision is very important and supports the governor's desire to support and increase the participation of MBEs, support diversity, equity, inclusion within the industry. Also under this provision, this bill seeks to capture revenue supporting the Maryland Film Office within the Department of Commerce through building of a television film and production studio, which you'll hear about a little more. The bill recognizes the value and experience of our existing casinos by allowing each of our 6 brick-and-mortar casinos to have up to 2 operator licenses each. These are called tethered licenses, as they are under the auspices of the casinos. The operator is the entity that runs and maintains the iGaming platform for a given casino. The bill also allows for 5 additional and independent or untethered operator licenses to allow for the inclusion of minority and minority-owned business. The initial license fee is $1 million, and if you recall, the license fee for sports betting was only $500,000. The term of the license is 5 years. The renewal fee is 1% of the average annual proceeds for the preceding 3 years. Tax rate, the state will take 47% of the revenue. The licensee retains 53%. 1% will go to Problem Gaming Fund and 1% to the Gaming Commission. There are privacy protections built into the legislation, where personally identifiable information cannot be shared with third parties without permission. Data is protected, prohibits targeted advertising to individuals who are prohibited or at risk, or engaging in false or deceptive advertising. I sat on a panel recently at a gaming conference in Baltimore to listen and discuss challenges and solutions related to problem gaming. At this conference, I discussed how technology could be the critical piece to dealing with this issue and supporting responsible gaming. This bill, as stated, provides 1% to the Problem Gambling Fund. There was no funding stream identified through sports betting for problem gaming. It supports specific measures, including controls on a player's activity. The player, after establishing an account, can set up controls to limit the amount of money deposited within a specific period of time. And if predefined levels are exceeded, the account can be suspended. And let me point out that none of these things can currently be done in a brick and mortar facility. I've added the provision that the 1-800 number for problem gaming must be displayed to the user when logging on and logging off. I've added the provision where a user must certify that they have read a disclosure identifying the risks associated with gaming before an account can be opened, and the user must recertify they've read the disclosure on a monthly basis for continued access. Finally, in consultation with Dr. Ali Imdad, the interim dean of the School of Business and Management at Morgan State University, where the Data Analytics Department resides, both Morgan State and Bowie State will have access to the data for analysis and to determine trends to give us additional tools related to curbing problem gaming and gaming in general. The bill allows the governor to enter into agreements with other states specifically the multi-state internet gaming agreement. Operating much like Powerball or Mega Million, these states participating in iGaming have realized that larger jackpots can be created quicker, generating more tax revenue for participating states. The legislation authorizes live dealer games and authorizes live dealer studios within the state. CJ? You'll hear a lot about live dealer games. And before I go into it further, I want you to actually see what it looks like, and everything will make sense to you. 1 second, please. Thank you, CJ. So a live dealer studio is a casino without any patrons. It literally is a sound stage, and this is where jobs can be created. Live studios that currently exist have anywhere from 700 to 1,000 employees. They can work in multiple casinos. They are union paying jobs, and union labor builds these casinos. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Now, you will hear about the SAGE Policy Group report written by my fellow Leadership Maryland alumni, Anna Byrne-Basu, who always does a great analysis. Unfortunately, his report falls short, kind of like a taco to an enchilada. As was done before, we had a bill. His bill misses many critical components. So let me fill in the gaps. Number one is competition. It's well known that Maryland derives a bulk of its revenue from its brick and mortar casinos from surrounding states. What needs to be taken seriously and into consideration is the potential cannibalization as the result of new casinos in neighboring Virginia. Specifically, Hard Rock Casino, Bristol, Virginia, slated to open 2024. Caesars, Virginia, Danville, slated to open 2024. Headwaters Resort and Casino, Norfolk, Virginia, slated to open 2024. Rivers Casino, Portsmouth, Virginia, open January 2023, and a fifth casino whose location has yet to be determined because it has to go to referendum. It has been said on multiple occasions by legislators from Virginia that they're tired of paying for Maryland's education system. And so none of the reports that you'll hear about talks about this impending threat. There was an innovation group study, and you'll hear about that study as well, that looked at the Commonwealth of Virginia, and they basically said that if there was a casino built in Northern Virginia, there would be a 30% cannibalization to MGM, and MGM is the state's largest earning casino. Also keep in mind, 30 to 35% of the employees from MGM are Virginia residents. Number two, risks. The pandemic had an outsized impact on our economy. And although Maryland has sports wagering, if another pandemic were to strike, there would be zero revenue generated from our casinos. Only those states who have approved iGaming would be able to mitigate the revenue shortfalls another catastrophic event like the pandemic would present. This would further exacerbate the challenges a state has to fund our education. And it also helps minimize revenue fluctuations due to harsh weather events like snow and ice storms. His report failed to discuss the positive benefits of using technology to combat problem gaming, nor does it address the new revenue stream to deal with this issue and other mitigation efforts. You know, up to this point, this General Assembly, we know we have budget shortfalls. And all I've heard us talk about were potential tax increases or potential fees that are being increased. This is the only bill that I've heard that generates a really new revenue stream. The report did not discuss the current illegal gaming market here in Maryland, estimated to be 200 million. This should be a huge concern to those interested in mitigating problem gaming. We must regulate and capture this revenue and earmark it for the blueprint. Problem gamblers will find a way to gamble. It's our job to create the protections, secure the funding so that those individuals can be treated. This bill does that. Finally, the bill report does not address the many jobs that can be created through live gaming studios, which I just showed you, nor the union and construction jobs to build these multi-million-dollar facilities. On average, these studios, as I said, employ between 700 and 1,000 employees. This bill requires these studios to be built in Maryland. According to the fiscal note, we should expect over 250 million in additional revenue and over 300 million when the revenue is needed the most during 2028, when our blueprint funding runs out. Which states have iGaming? Connecticut, Delaware, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, which started last year. Rhode Island has been approved and they will launch iGaming next month. Nevada also has iGaming and theirs takes the form of online poker. Colleagues, you are more aware than most of our fiscal challenges. To date, we've discussed raising the taxes, increasing the fees, the only bill to generate a new revenue stream. Let me remind you that current law, the existing policy directive, current law states as follows: the commission shall conduct studies of the state lottery and gaming program to analyze the gaming industry within and outside the state to determine whether Maryland's gaming program is competitive and maximizing revenue for the state. That is the current law. You will now hear from industry experts, operators in iGaming and brick and mortar casinos that will tell you that there has been no cannibalization of brick and mortars where there has been iGaming implemented in a particular state. Revenues have increased. And again, our fiscal note suggests revenues north of 300 million. We have already determined years ago when approving casinos that gambling was not a detriment to the state. The House has taken up their version of an iGaming bill, and as stated earlier, this version is a baseline. I believe we can work diligently together to pass a bill that satisfies all, realize this new revenue stream, mitigate the illegal iGaming market, and provide the support for problem gamers. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for your favorable support for Senate Bill 603.
Thank you, Senator. Senator.
Thanks for sharing. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate coming with solutions to some of the funding challenges we have. Representing a county where a brick and mortar casino exists, though, I do have some concerns around job loss, around loss to our local impact grants that are incredibly important to this community, around vault funding for small minority women-owned businesses that, again, essential to Anne Arundel County. Can you speak a little bit to how your solution would impact those three buckets or those three policy issues, and how you suggest we mitigate, particularly the job loss? And does your bill take into account, transitional plans for folks who might lose their jobs and need assistance finding new work that pays as well as these great union jobs pay?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. And so the industry efforts, experts, behind me actually have charts and graphs to show you that cannibalization just has not been seen in the other states that this has been implemented. And I was very, very specific to ensure when I did my research, what entities could we bring to generate jobs, hence the iGaming studios. There's a provision in the bill where even though a license is $1 million, we have folks who are ready to spend up to $5 million to build these studios and ensure that these are not just used for iGaming, but they're also used as Maryland production facilities. We need another house of cards here to generate additional revenue. But your specific questions, I respectfully ask if you could ask the experts, because they've lived and breathed this. They've been through these processes before, and they're much better equipped to answer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. I presume your panel members know who they are. So panel number one can come up.
All right. I have Marta from MGM. Joseph Tyrell, Ryan Kurtz, Jenna McGreevy, Caitlin McDonough. Hey, man. Thank you. Oh, Grant Iden. Grant Iden.
Someone can start.
Yep.
A long night.
Yes, Chairman, sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni and committee members. My name is Joe Tyrell. I'm the Regional Vice President for Government Relations for Caesars Entertainment, which owns the Horseshoe Baltimore. In August, the Horseshoe celebrates its 10th anniversary. In that time, Horseshoe has contributed over $1 billion in gaming tax revenues. We continue to be one of Baltimore City's largest economic engines, generating tens of millions of dollars every year for city coffers and employing predominantly city and Baltimore County team members. iGaming appeals to a new demographic of casino gamers and a new revenue source for the state. On behalf of the 750 team members at the Horseshoe, I'm supportive of Senate Bill 603, but with the following suggested amendments. First, all iGaming licenses should be tethered to the existing 6 Maryland casinos with 2 additional skins per casino. The existing casinos have proven experience in administering casino gaming, including strict adherence to all gaming regulations such as anti-money laundering, know your customer, responsible gaming, and underage protections. Moreover, Maryland casinos have the unique ability across marketing iGaming with brick and mortar businesses. We can run a promotion online with fulfillment at the Horseshoe. This would result in more traffic at the Horseshoe, more jobs at the Horseshoe, and more tax revenues from the Horseshoe. Second, iGaming should have a reasonable tax rate of 15%. You could demand the best iGaming experience in the country, which will require significant technological investments by the operators. iGaming is a fast-changing landscape with different expense structure than traditional casinos like the Horseshoe. A reasonable tax rate ensures Maryland iGaming patrons will have a demonstrably better experience than illegal or even nearby state operators. Thank you for permitting me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Quick enough?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marta Harding. I'm here on behalf of MGM National Harbor. Senate Bill 603, legalization of iGaming, represents an incredible opportunity for the state to modernize and expand its gaming market and generate meaningful additional tax revenues for the Education Trust Fund and other state priorities. As the committee is aware, MGM National Harbor and the other Maryland's other commercial brick and mortar casinos have been a significant economic engine for the state, and passage of this bill will only fuel that engine. MGM's experience in the states that have legalized iGaming where it operates land-based casinos is not an experience of cannibalization that you've heard about. It is an experience of growth and synergies between its retail operations and iGaming that have allowed it to enhance the customer experience and build business with both. This is because iGaming gives casino operators a new way to engage their customers and introduce new customer demographics to land-based casino gaming. This is why MGM supports an iGaming licensure framework that tethers iGaming licenses to the casino operators as Senate Bill 603 would do, and we strongly support that provision of the bill. This is key to preventing the cannibalization that you have heard may result, and we don't believe will. We would like to work with the committee and the sponsor on the tax rate. As you heard from the sponsor, the most entrenched competition that we face in this market is with the illegal offshore market, and a reasonable tax rate is really critical to being able to eliminate that unregulated market and also recognize the already significant tax revenues that incumbent casino operators have already produced for the state. In closing, MGM National Harbor offers an experience that cannot be replicated on a computer. It has over $1 billion invested in Maryland, and it would not jeopardize that investment if it thought iGaming would compete or negatively impact our casino or its employees. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Caitlin McDonough here favorable with amendment on Senate Bill 565 and Senate Bill 603 on behalf of Hollywood Casino Perryville, Maryland's first casino. We're really proud of our partnership with the state and the contributions we've been able to make as an employer, as a contributor to the Education Trust Fund and otherwise. And we do believe iGaming can be implemented in Maryland in a way that maintains our current partnership with the state and in a fair and equitable way. And I would just echo the amendments and comments of the previous panel members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Carpenter, Greenville Consulting on behalf of Rocky Gap. For the reasons you heard, favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 603. Again, tax rate, something we're very worried about. We figure if you go up to about 28% at the most, something we could probably live with. Also keeping it tethered to the existing casinos. Again, all the things you've heard in the past. So thank you and support for this Senate Bill 603.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brant Iden with Fanatics Betting and Gaming. Fanatics is an online sports betting operator here in Maryland, and we're proud partners with the Commanders over at FedEx Field, the first in the nation retail sportsbook inside an NFL stadium. We also partner with Riverboat on the Potomac. Today, in addition to representing Fanatics Betting and Gaming, I'm also here on behalf of our association, which is the Sports Betting Alliance. We represent 4 of the premier online gaming operators in the country, BetMGM, DraftKings, ourselves, and FanDuel. We are all proudly operating in Maryland's highly successful online sports betting market, which generated $44 million in tax revenue for the state in 2023. We are here today to testify in support of the effort to further modernize Maryland's gaming operations through the addition of online casino gaming, or iGaming. iGaming stands to benefit Maryland in a number of significant ways, and we want to thank the sponsor and the chair for the opportunity today. Without going into all the details, because I know that many of you have already heard, I echo what my colleagues have also mentioned here today in terms of some of the suggestions that we have for the bill with amendments. But overall, we do support, and we know that this would be beneficial for Maryland, and happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Number one, what are the hours of operation for iGaming? What are the hours of operation? Is it from 8 to 12, or what are the hours of operation?
24 hours. It'd be available on the internet 24 hours a day.
24 hours.
Yes.
So people can gamble all night long and all day. Okay, that's number one. Number two, how is iGaming regulated?
In terms of specifically, how does it happen in each state? So
If it's were to come to the state of Maryland, how is it regulated?
sure.
Since we have the teenagers that will be using the internet, we know the story here, but how is it regulated? Could you explain that to me, please?
Yes. So just briefly, what happens, again, state by state legislation differently, but should this legislation advance, should the ballot referendum be passed and the voters authorize it here in the state, it would then go to, similar to sports betting, regulatory body that would set up the rulemaking process for how it would operate in the state. So all the specifics as to how it operates and the rules that the operators have to follow would be set up by the Gaming Commission or an authority as deemed the regulator by each of the states. And it varies from state to state, from lottery commissions to gaming commissions, et cetera, et cetera. And then those are the committees that we all work with and regulatory agencies.
I just want to if I just make one more thing. I've been here for 29 years. So I've seen it all and heard it all, starting with the lottery and the promise of how much money was going to be dedicated to education and all of that. So I know I really understand what's going on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So,
I'm sorry. Interest with her question about the 17-year-old. So how do you keep a 17-year-old from getting on here and gaming?
You would have to, a 17-year-old could not establish an account. You would have to establish an account through the app, and there would be.
When they select a date of birth, they can just say 1972.
No, Senator, honestly, our app it has a vigorous process that the person has to go through to prove who they are and that they are of a legal age. There's a multi-factor authentication involved, and happy to talk more with you offline on about it, but it's vigorous. So thanks.
And Senator, if I could just add to that.
Sure.
We already have mobile sports wagering that has age verification for 21 or older now.
Okay.
Our regulators know what they're doing. the operators are well versed in how to make sure age verification. You have to have not only a credit card, a social security number, a driver's license. There's age verification algorithms that make sure that there's facial recognition to make sure that person. So if my daughter drops, if I drop my phone, my daughter tries to play, she cannot play. The
Right,
window
so-
shuts down.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I know we're tired, but I gotta tell this quick story. So Super Bowl, before the game started, my son, who's 10, asked me, who's gonna win? I said, probably the Chiefs. I said, you can't, Mahomes is pretty good. He goes, okay, I'm gonna bet the Chiefs. I said, what do you bet with your friends? He goes, no, I'm on an app. So let me see it. So I look at it. It was a company that lets kids bet there's video games like Fortnite and other games where you can buy tokens to buy the big tools and everything to play the game. They're betting those coins through this gaming system. So he bet 100 coins.
Social game.
And I'm like, well, there's no money. But then I thought about it. You know what? He's always coming to me saying, hey, Dad, can I have $10 to buy more Fortnite tokens? And then they're selling them on a third market to people to go in there and buy. So that's what scares me about this is, and it's just, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop, but we have gone so prolific so quickly on all this stuff that it's like, shocking. So sorry to take up at the time, but I just let you know, it's out there. Kids are doing this. There's companies that have thought a way to make money off of juveniles to game and bet. So.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that comment or?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to add, and it's very important, Senator, that point you bring up, that many of those companies that prey on children are illegal operators. And we certainly, this group and the AGA, which is the National Association, American Gaming Association, has been working with attorneys general across the country to ensure that we can shut these down. These illegal gaming operators impact all of us and they prey on our children, and we want to stop that in a regulated market. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you all very much. Your second panel, Senator. I have no idea. Someone jump in.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazone and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Antonio Jones, and I'm managing partner for Railroad on the Potomac. And I'm here this afternoon to testify in favor of Senate Bill 603, which seeks to authorize and implement internet gaming in Maryland. As a small 100% minority-owned business, we recognize the potential benefit that iGaming could bring to our state, but both economically and recreationally. However, we believe that certain amendments are necessary to ensure equity, diversity, and inclusion. Our support for Senate Bill 603 is contingent upon the incorporation of amendments that address the following. Number one, inclusion of B2 mobile licensees, the incorporation of amendment that provide a clearer, direct pathway for B2s and mobile licensees to be included, along with minority and women-owned businesses to participate in iGaming. This is a crucial step forward to reduce disparities between large casinos and smaller entities, ensuring a more equitable landscape within the industry. Specifically, we advocate for an amendment that will allow B2 class and mobile licensees in sports wagering, which encompasses minority and women-owned businesses, to be considered for licensing waivers. Again, leveling the playing field so that it will promote diversity and inclusion yet again. Number two, licensing fees and regulatory framework. While inclusivity amendments are a positive development, the high initial licensing fee and the complex regulatory framework poses significant barriers to entry for small entities. We urge the committee to consider reviewing and adjusting these fees to ensure that they do not disproportionately disadvantage small minority and owned businesses. The importance of diversity and inclusion and gaming industry cannot be overstated. Research included by the University of Nevada has shown that diversity and leadership in gaming and sports betting gaming industry correlated with higher levels of employee engagement and customer satisfaction. In conclusion, Riverboat on Potomac supports House Bill 603 with the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Once again, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Leslie Felice here with Greenwell Consulting alongside Mr. Jones from Riverboat on the Potomac, and also to introduce Ms. Jennifer DiPietro, founder of Chesapeake Gaming and Boonesboro Off Track Betting. We're here together to discuss our position for Senate Bill 603, which we support with amendments. I'll be turning it over to Ms. DiPietro for more background on our amendment, but just wanted to provide you all with a brief overview. Our amendment is centered around the inclusion of B2 and mobile licensees. Specifically, we're looking to see B2 and mobile classes of sports wagering licensees included in the eligibility framework with a focus on minority and women-owned businesses. We believe that this amendment is crucial for diversification in the iGaming industry. But again, I'm going to let Ms. DiPietro speak a bit more on this. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. Today, I stand before you with a deep commitment to diversity and inclusion within the gaming industry. With over 25 years as a certified minority business enterprise and the honor of being recognized as the Businesswoman of the Year by Baltimore County in 2007, I understand the importance of fostering an environment where all voices are heard and valued. I come to express my strong support for SB 603, recognizing the potential it holds for Maryland in legalizing and regulating internet gaming. However, it is crucial to ensure that as we embrace this opportunity, we prioritize inclusivity, equity, and diversity within the iGaming sector. This not only fosters a competitive and innovative market, but also reflects our values as a state. Yet I must express our concerns regarding SB 603. Without specific amendments, including B2 and mobile classes of sports wagering licensees, there is a real risk that existing licensees, particularly small, minority, and women-owned businesses, like Chesapeake Gaming, could be overlooked and excluded from this burgeoning industry. Our investment exceeding $2 million to date underscores our deep commitment and the belief in Maryland's gaming potential. We must recognize that our competition extends beyond state lines. Neighboring states have already embraced iGaming, and we must ensure that Maryland remains competitive. Therefore, we propose amendments for the inclusion of B2 and mobile licensees, explicitly acknowledging businesses owned by minorities and women in the iGaming licensing eligibility. Thank you.
I think it's appropriate to say good evening at this point. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Matt Knipp. I am here on behalf of Boyd Gaming. We are one of the largest casino operators in the United States. We are here in support of Maryland's effort to legalize iGaming. We do have a few suggested amendments. We believe a well-regulated, robust marketplace could actually yield more tax dollars than your initial projections. We think it could be a $1.1 billion market. With a few caveats. We would like to see a few changes. We actually would like to see more access to the marketplace. We think each of the operators should get 3 skins along with the 5 untethered skins proposed by the sponsor. We also echo the sentiment from the various panelists earlier who spoke about the tax rate needing to be lower. You will have leakage either to the illegal market or the neighboring markets when a customer has a choice, because the operators will be able to give greater incentives with the lower tax rate. So you want to be competitive to make sure you hit, your projections. And lastly, we fully support the idea that there should be a participation with minority and women-owned businesses. Sorry, I keep moving away from the mic. So Boyd Gaming, one of the largest gaming operators in the United States, but we're not here today. We would like to be. We think there's a tremendous opportunity here. We think there can be a very robust marketplace. We have 28 properties in 11 states. We operate online casino gaming in nearby states, including New Jersey and Pennsylvania. As you can see from my testimony and some of our graphic charts here, we would tell you the same story you've heard from others. There is no cannibalization. We developed and operated the Borgata in New Jersey with the onset of iCasino there in 2013. All we saw was a net positive. It actually grew the land-based market. You can see that from the chart that reflects the growth of both the land-based and the digital markets. We also operate a casino in Pennsylvania. When they legalized iCasino there and it launched, we were very supportive because it grew our land-based business. iGaming is a tool to help land-based operators grow their business because it's a new marketing channel. We appreciate your consideration. We hope that you consider more access points, a lower tax rate, and meaningful participation for minority and women-owned businesses. Thank you.
Chairman Gazzoni and esteemed members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity today. I'm Jeff Ifra, a proud Maryland resident and attorney and founder of the iDevelopment and Economic Association. We represent the online gaming industry. Our organization, of course, supports SB 603, and we commend Senator Watson for all his work and his leadership on this issue. We appreciate his interest in refining the bill with respect to the tax rate so that regulated online gaming delivers significant economic and social benefits for our state. It's crucial to recognize that Marylanders are currently spending millions of dollars, like the comment before. Marylanders currently have access to offshore illegal sites, and that customers are not being protected. These platforms lack transparency, they lack consumer protections, they lack things like responsible gaming, and they oftentimes leave customers not only unprotected, but oftentimes they leave them unable to withdraw their money from their sites, unable to collect on winning bets, and among other things. The economic argument for legalizing iGaming in Maryland is very strong. It promises job creation, potentially adding up to 1,000 new jobs, particularly benefiting communities that are underrepresented in tech. New research just released by our organization shows that legalized iGaming is complementary to land-based casinos, as you just heard. The data shows that states have seen a stabilization and subsequent growth in land-based casino revenues following the introduction of iGaming. That was the case recently in Pennsylvania. That's been the case for a long time in Delaware. I was hired initially by the governor and attorney general of Delaware to initiate their program years ago. And ever since then, the casinos have only seen growth as iGaming revenue contributes to that growth, but have also increased the number of jobs at the land-based casinos, and that will happen here as well. In summary, the choice is clear. We can either overlook the benefits of regulated, safe, and economically advantageous online gaming industry, or we can seize this opportunity to ensure that Maryland thrives in the digital age. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chairman Gazzone and distinguished members of the committee. My name is John Pappas, and I too am with IDEA, the organization that Jeff is with, and we appreciate the senator's leadership on this issue and look forward to discussing the bill. One of the big topics you're going to hear from panelists later today is this cannibalization argument. And I do want to touch on that a little bit in my testimony, that is a myth that has been debunked time and time again. In no state that has legalized iGaming, and there's only 6 so far, but it has gone back since 2013 in New Jersey and Delaware, there has not been cannibalization. There has not been a decrease in land-based revenue. There has not been jobs lost to iGaming. Some will pretend to say, oh yeah, jobs are lost, but they fail to mention that a lot of jobs were lost during COVID. And those job losses were actually directly due to COVID, not because of iGaming. So I think there's a lot of mythology out there, and our study that Jeff references debunks that. Our study was included in our submitted testimony, and I encourage you to read it. We certainly would be happy to answer any questions that you have about that study. But let's talk about facts and what iGaming really means to a state. It will add jobs, particularly with the advent of live dealer, which creates jobs in states. We have estimates of up to 1,000 new jobs could be created right here in the state of Maryland with the addition of live dealer studios. These aren't just dealer jobs. These are also high-tech jobs or people who are running the operations. technical jobs to build out the studios. These are good paying jobs and good jobs to grow the Maryland economy. So we fully support HB 603. Do ask that there is some consideration to the tax rate, and we look forward to working with the committee to get this bill passed into law.
Thank you very much. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick question for the riverboat. The amount of revenue that you receive from Maryland residents versus Virginia residents, because I know you're right on the edge of Virginia. I didn't know if you had actually done that.
I can't tell you in actual dollars, but I would say approximately 90% of our revenue at Riverboat on the Potomac comes from the state of Virginia.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. All right, I'm going to move to several folks who have signed up as unfavorable. Bobby Jones, Bill Rickman, who I think is online, Wayne Frazier, Brian Leibel, Diana Purnell, Sarah Price, Adam Joseph, Rob Gargiola, and Samuel Epps. That's more than their seats up here, but fill them up and then we'll do a second round. Bobby Jones. Yeah, there.
I know
Hi.
you're looking for a guy, right?
No. Oh, I know who you are. Go ahead, you can start.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bobby Jones. I'm the general manager of Ocean Downs Casino and Racetrack, a small casino on the eastern shore of Maryland. I'm proud to work and live locally in my community, along with my 350 team members at Ocean Down Casino. I'm here today to oppose iGaming in the state of Maryland because firsthand, we've seen the negative impact that it's had on our neighboring states. After iGaming came to the state of Pennsylvania, our casino Presque Downs suffered a loss of 15% in revenue and 45% of their staff. iGaming poses, if iGaming passes in Maryland, it will impact our team members by the loss of good paying jobs that are year round, a loss of benefits for health, and a loss of retirement benefits. iGaming will also negatively impact the state and our local community with the loss of tax revenue from reduced gaming revenue, reduced payroll, and reduced sales tax revenue, and reduced contributions to our county and surrounding counties in the state of Maryland. Lastly, iGaming will limit our ability to invest long-term in our facility, which would further grow tourism and revenue for our local community. I love and care about our team members. iGaming would have a detrimental impact to us and our community as we have seen it in our neighboring states. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Whoever's next.
Yes, good afternoon, or excuse me, good evening. My name is Wayne Frazier, and I'm president of the Maryland Washington Minority Companies Association. We're located in Baltimore, and we are a trade association that advocates for minority and women business inclusion. And I'm here to address that situation. In reviewing the bill, it appears that there will be exceptions made for women and minority businesses as individuals to become owners, exceptions that the state will have to make, because with $1 million fee, not many minority and women-owned businesses can post $1 million fee without assistance from some other, perhaps a front for some other, in order to get access to this industry. I don't think that's what we want. Our concern is that a number of our minority firms built the various casinos. They are a part of the day-to-day operation, the management of it, the food and beverage they supply. With this competition coming in, do you think folk will still continue to go to the brick and mortar casinos? The entertainment that goes on, the workers that are needed in the casinos, No, it's not gonna happen. It destroyed a lot of the big boxes that we have out here today when Amazon and Walmart came in. With people don't shop at these facilities anymore. Our concern is that they won't come to the casinos anymore. And those workers or those trades that help facilitate the casinos right now will lose out. It will happen. And again, why are we willing to risk exceptions on the MBE program by reducing or increasing the amount of net worth that one needs to get in? It will set the state up for potential lawsuits from others who say it's wrong. We can't change the MBE program just to accommodate this program.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Prenell. I'm a commissioner from Worcester County. And I am speaking today on behalf of our board. We unanimously oppose SB 603 and 565. Introducing online gambling in Maryland would lure residents and visitors away from brick and mortar institutions, divert revenues from the county and its municipalities, and result in a sharp rise in individual addiction to gambling. Worcester County, Maryland, which is Maryland's coast, is the home of the casino at Ocean Downs. I want to be frank with you right now. And I have to control myself because I sit here and I listen to people say that minority. There's something wrong with that in a lot of ways. Prior to 2011, residents, businesses, government leaders in Worcester County were more than a little uncertain what impact the introduction of a casino would have on our tourism-driven economy. However, Ocean Downs quickly proved to be a dedicated, enthusiastic tourism partner and an economic powerhouse. Let me tell you about that. Since opening the casino, it has generated more than $46 million for the county and its municipalities to complete road projects, meet public safety needs, and construct a new technical high school for our kids. The casino also created 350 year-round family-sustaining jobs for Worcester County residents. Online gambling will never be a county partner. It will never add jobs or revenue to our county. Just the opposite. Online gambling will entice patrons away from the casino and into an immerse and into an area of kids. You're going to have kids in your home that can work any electronic thing that they put in there, the phones, the computers and everything. And they're going to get online and they're going to use that. And that is so important with the mental capacity that we got going on there. We don't need that. We just don't need that.
You could wrap up, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Joseph. I'm testifying in opposition of Senate Bill 603. I spent 23 years in active addiction with problem gambling, but to the glory of God, I celebrate 16 months clean today. The first 15 years of my addiction were done totally in secret without my wife or my family aware of what I was doing. When it became public in 2015, my wife went to extreme measures to track my every move. She put GPS on all my vehicles, my phone, going to the point of physically driving around to check my location. I then learned how to spoof the GPS device, to bypass OnStar and bypass every safeguard put in place to show my location at one place, all while I was at the casino. I would go to church and leave my phone in the church and go to the casino and go back to the church and get my phone. It was like a scene from a movie, people trying to lose a tail. I would switch vehicles from my personal work truck to my personal vehicle, even going to the extreme of driving my dump truck to the casino. It was a constant game of cat and mouse. Not only was I a problem gambler, I was now a compulsive liar and a master manipulator. The immense effect it had on my wife's mental health almost destroyed her. She dealt with breakdowns, panic attacks, anxiety, depression, and suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, all as a result of me gaslighting her and exposing her to the 24-hour job of keeping track on me. I regret that more than the hundreds of thousands of dollars I spent in the casino. I thank God she's not that person today, as I am in recovery and she is healing. But imagine a world where I didn't need to do those extreme things. If I didn't have to hide my location, if I had the ability to gamble away my employee's business or my employee's payroll as I'm a business owner while sitting at a red light in traffic, if I could gamble away my mortgage while sitting in jury duty where I sat this morning, if I could gamble away my children's college fund while watching television with them on the couch with me. Allowing casino gambling will give us the opportunity to send problem gamblers like me even further into a tailspin, opening doors for new gamblers and our youth that may never have been a thought. Today, we have the opportunity and chance to close that door to actually do something before it happens. Thank you.
Brian Wyville, Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. Maryland should not take this risky bet on internet gaming. The potential job losses, unstable revenue, and damage to public health are simply not worth the risk. This committee, along with others in the General Assembly, helped kick off this industry in Maryland back in 2008. There were intentional decisions made back then into how this industry was going to be structured that helped it create good middle-class jobs. Unfortunately, this bill as written would not be the pathway to continuing to create good union middle-class jobs, but might threaten the existing good union jobs that we have already created, that this committee helped create. Now we sit here in 2024 and we already have multiple unions that have workers at these casino facilities. That includes Unite Here, the Seafarers, International Union of Operating Engineers, the United Food and Commercial Workers, the United Auto Workers, IATSE, the stage employees, AFT, and the Teamsters. Now, all of those jobs, all of those union jobs, they did not come out of nowhere. They came out of the intentional structural processing of creating this industry to be one that led to good middle-class jobs. In Michigan, a state that has iGaming, despite setting kind of record revenue levels for the casino industry, workers had to go out on strike for 45 days to try and even have a fraction of that revenue trickle down to the workers that were actually making this industry the money that it talks about today. So as I close, I would like to say it's too early in this industry to bet thousands of middle-class jobs if the state loses in the process.
Thank you. I'm going to let just for a second, because I'm going to guess and believe that not all those individuals who are here today are going to testify. If they'd like to stand, whoever's opposed, you're certainly welcome to do so. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming out today. All right, so we're going to pull up, we have Bill Rickman. And well, you can do that while I get another panel. Well, thank you all very much. Any questions for the panel?
Mr. Chair, there are a couple of us left who didn't fit.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The next round can come up. Mr. Epps here. Matt Leiber, Mary Dexler, Carol Heisen, Mark Stewart,
Senator.
Carol Henson, sorry. What's that? Okay, good.
I got him on.
Okay, okay. Tracy Lingo. Yeah. Mr. Rickman. You can begin, Ms. Rickman. No, we can't hear you yet. All right, we're going to start with the panels here and try to get them going. Okay. All right, whoever wants to start.
I'll start, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me. My name is Matt Libber. I represent the Maryland Tourism Coalition as their legislative chair. There's going to be people that can talk more about the loss of jobs in the casinos, but I want to talk about the potential loss of jobs outside of the casinos. The casinos are a major tourism draw to the state of Maryland, especially in places like Ocean City that draw tourists in the off season. And then there's a lot of development around those casinos. If you look at Baltimore and the Horseshoe Casino, you have that Warren Street entertainment development. If we lose foot traffic at those casinos, that development goes away. Senator Alfred, you already made a mention about the local impact grants. There's nothing in this bill right now that talks about the effect on the local impact grants. Worcester County talked about public safety and transportation. They use those grants to pay for that in their budget. If they lose that funding, that means less transportation spending, less public safety spending. That impacts tourism. If people don't feel safe going to an area, they're not going to go. So while we may lose jobs in the casinos, we're going to lose jobs in all those businesses that surround those casinos that rely on foot traffic from those casinos. If you look at Arundel Mills, malls around the country are closing. One of the reasons Arundel Mills is still there is because there's a large casino next to it. So there are constantly people coming in and out of that mall and that casino. That all could go away if we lose that foot traffic. This is important to the tourism industry. We are adamantly against this. We don't want to see this expansion now. We think it's too early. Let's see what internet sports betting does before we start jumping into the boat of internet gambling and what the effects are. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chairman Gazon, rest of the committee. I'm going to really try not to duplicate things that other people have said. Although I do second what the previous panelist said about development. I think that's a really important thing to pay attention to. So my name is Tracy Lingo. I'm the president of Unite Here Local 7. We represent workers at the Horseshoe and also at the Ocean Downs Casino, along with, and we're part of the Unite Here is the largest union of casino workers anywhere in the country. So I just would like to point out a couple of things. I think I'm the job loss person, so I'm going to talk about that. You've heard the companies come up here and say that the cannibalization is imaginary. It's not going to happen. I just want to point out that the Innovation Group report, which the state commissioned and on which the physical note is based, measures not imaginary. It measures real cannibalization from the 6 states that have in fact passed iGaming. And it does so, by averaging the reduction in foot traffic to brick and mortar casinos, and then also measuring the increase in growth in gambling in the states that did not have iGaming. So it's quite a good balanced study, and it found a 10% cannibalization rate, and that's a number that the state based its physical note on. Also, if you look at that, so Sage Policy Group's report takes that number and extrapolates it to be a loss of about 700 direct jobs. But as you were pointing out, that ends up being they think that amounts to about 1,215 jobs when you take into account ancillary jobs that depend on the brick and mortar casinos. And I actually think that number really understates the economic impact for working people, because the majority of our workers depend on tips, like not bartenders, cocktail waitresses, but even slot attendants and dealers. Finally, I just want to say that you hear the companies that are up here that are in favor of this bill. The reason they like it is because it's going to allow them to keep making money from gambling without hiring workers. I just want to point out that the dealers that they're talking about creating all these beautiful dealer parlors for online, they pay $6. Caesars pays those dealers $6.30 to a tops $8.75. The rest of the money that those dealers make comes from in-person tips, and there's no telling what online tipping is going to be like or not be like. So don't let them tell you that those are good union jobs, because they have no idea what those online jobs are going to be like.
I'm going to go to Mr. Rickman, who I think we've got a live line now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Bill. I own several businesses located in Rockville, Maryland, including Rickman Construction Company, Rickman Management Company, and multiple companies involved in the biotech and pharma. I also built and operated and owned Delaware Park Racetrack and Casino. In 2001, I purchased Ocean Downs Racetrack, not far from Ocean City. 10 years later, I built at Ocean City the casino, where we have slots, table games, and standardbred racing. I sold in Ocean Downs in 2017 to Churchill Downs. And I continued to help them to develop Ocean Downs Racetrack and Casino into a successful destination location. Today, I'm here to oppose iGaming in the state of Maryland. You heard from the speakers before me how negative iGaming will affect bricks and mortars, casino foot traffic, and how it will lead to job loss and revenue loss at the casino. What bothers me the most, iGaming will bring slot machines and table games to our cell phones and allow people to gamble 24/7. I personally don't like the idea of young people sitting in their bedrooms gambling on their cell phones and computer. Regarding iGaming dealers, it is a fact that you should come to the state of Maryland and the casinos will need less in-house dealers. iGaming uses 0 slot attendants, 0 food and beverage workers, and 0 cage attendants. Let me be clear. The goal of iGaming is to take gambling out of the casino and place it on your cell phone and homes. This will lead to tremendous addiction. Such load. Thank you, Chair. And if there are any questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rickman? Okay. We can continue with the panel here.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazone, and committee members. I spoke earlier. I'm Mary Drexler, Director of the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling, and testifying in opposition of both SB 565 and SB 603. On the first, we strongly believe that even putting forth a referendum for iGaming is not in the best interest of all Marylanders. Having casino games online and through mobile apps will just entice more Marylanders, and especially a younger demographic that will be at greater risk for developing a problem. And the younger you start gambling, the more apt you are to develop a gambling problem. Regarding 603, in every Maryland prevalence study from 2010 to 22, the most frequently reported gambling types were lottery games and casino betting. That includes in the 2020 when casinos were not even open for the entire year. With casino games already so popular in the state, allowing them to be played on our cell phones and at home is a dangerous policy. Morgan State University put out a report on the impact that online and mobile gaming might have, saying that researchers found that iGaming is one of the most addictive activities available, and nearly 75% of people who engaged with iGaming reported rates of problem or pathological gambling, compared to 22% who had not participated in iGaming experience. You'll hear from others today about the impact gambling addiction has on people, but it goes far beyond the financial. We know Marylanders love to gamble online. 96.7% of sports bets were made online in December. We know Marylanders love to play casino games. We know iGaming is exceptionally addictive. For these reasons, I urge you unfavorable reports on Senate Bill 565 and 603. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Sarah Price, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance in strong opposition to both bills. We have very serious concerns about the impact of iGaming, not only on job loss in the casinos, but also the impact that it could have on the tourism economy in Maryland. Brick and mortar casinos are valuable entertainment centers that are economic drivers for their regions, and they can turn a community into a tourism destination. I hope by now you're all aware that MRA is a very strong partner of the Main Street Maryland program. There are 11 main streets that are within 20 miles of a brick and mortar casino. All 8 Baltimore City main streets are in close proximity to the Horseshoe Casino. And that doesn't even count the five main streets along I-70 on your way out to Rocky Gap, or the 5 more on the Eastern Shore between the Bay Bridge and Ocean Downs. We have very serious concerns that the expected cannibalization at the brick and mortar casinos, that the drop in foot traffic that we're going to see is going to fan out and impact these tourism destinations. Every restaurant, hotel, and local retailer that depends on people coming out to casinos as a weekend destination will take a hit by iGaming going online in Maryland. So for these reasons, we would urge you to vote unfavorably. Thank you.
Good evening, Rob Garagiola with Compass Advocacy here on behalf of Live Casino. Respectfully in opposition to both SB 565, the referendum legislation, and I would argue that a vote for that bill, even without the implementation, is a vote for iGaming, and so would urge strong opposition to that, as well as SB 603. We discussed earlier some of the issues with problem gambling, but the focus that I want to highlight here is there will be cannibalization. The IDEA report that the advocates for this are relying on is wrong. In fact, I would say the Lottery Commission's Innovation Group report, which the fiscal note is based on, is also wrong, even though it says there's going to be a 10% cannibalization. The Innovation Group did not consider lost income tax revenue, alcohol tax revenue, sales tax revenue, property tax revenue. It only looked at gaming revenue. And so the fiscal note is understated in what the level of cannibalization will be and what the level of money will be if this bill is enacted. In addition, the IDEA looked at New Jersey several years ago in another report by a globally recognized research group, which I included in my written testimony, said they were flat wrong. They overestimated the tax revenue in New Jersey, what it would be by over 200 million. In other words, the estimates were overblown. And I would argue that the estimates of revenue for education with these legislations are also overblown. In fact, that report also highlighted in New Jersey that there were $350 million in social costs. SAGE did a report saying that it could be 26% cannibalization, which would mean even less revenue. But even if you put the reports aside, just think about, what's gone on with online shopping. I just looked on my phone. UBS, just Googled this, said that nearly 30,000 brick and mortar retail businesses are closing because of online shopping. What do you think is going to happen with our brick and mortar casinos and the tax revenue that they provide to the Education Trust Fund if we have iGaming in Maryland? With that, would urge opposition to both of the bills. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, committee members, thank you, Mark Stewart, for Live Casino and the Cordish companies. As the only Maryland-based casino gaming company, we are compelled to testify against both 565 and Senate Bill 603. There's much to be said in little time, so we refer you to our full testimony. In sum, despite the potential financial gain for us should these bills pass, we are asking you not to pass them. We believe iGaming is a bad deal for Maryland, bad for our employees and our communities. And Senate Bill 565 also keeps the public in the dark on crucial implementing details and is no way to approach a major expansion of online gambling. iGaming will cause substantial job losses. Innovation Group has acknowledged it. Thousands of people in Maryland will lose their jobs. Even more employees could face tightening of wages and reduced benefits. And these negative impacts will be sorely felt by a diverse workforce, and many of the jobs that will disappear are accessible to people with a high school diploma or less. And as Rob said, there absolutely will be cannibalization. Innovation said 10%, but that will be low. The real life impact of mobile sports betting in Maryland on brick and mortar was more than 6 times the Innovation Group's figures. And if you look at iGaming states and back out the new casinos that opened, the brick and mortar losses was 23%. It's no coincidence that the 3 biggest iGaming states, their casinos have yet to recover to 2019 revenue levels. New Jersey still has not to this day. As Rob said, neither Innovation nor DLS considered the ripple effects or the social cost increases. And when you do, it's a net negative for the state of Maryland. All we ask is for stability and not to have our customers enticed to stay home on their phone. If we get that, we'll keep reinvesting and expanding and growing tax revenue for the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to move back to the I didn't have to call any more unfavorables yet, have I? Nobody's waiting on deck. Okay, we're gonna move back to the favorable panels. Senator Watson, you want me to just call these or?
Al Liggins, Lloyd Levinson, Robbie Kapoor, Elise Cohen, Dora Jawol.
Got Kevin Canale on there too.
Sorry.
He's against that section. He's been Bill's spot.
Kevin Canale?
Okay. You can begin. Oh, Lloyd, okay, that's, okay, that Lloyd Levinson is, he's virtual. Okay, we'll get to him in a minute. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the committee. I'm Alfred Liggins, CEO of Urban One. We are the largest diversified media company serving African Americans, founded by my mother, Kathy Hughes, 43 years ago. We own TV One and Clio TV, which serve 78 million households and 64 broadcast stations, including 10 stations in the Washington and Baltimore area, reaching the majority of Maryland's Black population. We are a trusted source in the Black community that informs, entertains, and inspires our audience. We were also the largest minority owner of MGM National Harbor and are licensed by the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Commission. Headquartered in Maryland since 1998, we employ 1,200 people nationwide and 350 people in Maryland. We want to expand our business operations and employ more people here in Maryland. We believe that our experience in both the broadcast and casino gaming industries, along with our marketing reach, creates a unique opportunity for us to launch our own Urban One branded online casino. We would build a state-of-the-art broadcast studio that would house our live dealer operations, but would also do the same for other iGaming licensees. This studio would also support the Maryland Film Office in its efforts to attract producers of film and TV shows to the state and be anchored by a multi-million-dollar annual production commitment from Urban One to produce film and TV content right here in Maryland without the need for state tax incentives. Both House Bill 1319 and Senate Bill 603 state that the intent of the General Assembly is to implement iGaming in a manner consistent with law that maximizes the ability of minorities and women-owned businesses to participate in the internet gaming industry. For our company, participate means the opportunity to own and operate the business and invest our own capital with no need for special accommodations from the state or regulators. We are here to support Senate Bill 603 as it would make room alongside the casinos for a locally owned, locally branded licensee that is invested heavily in our state and will create more jobs. Thank you.
Chairman and committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Elise Cohen and I'm the owner of Long Shots OTB and Sportsbook. I have the proud distinction of being the only 100% woman-owned sportsbook in America. That said, I'm in favor of Bill 603 with amendments. As we look forward to the future of gaming in Maryland, it's important to remember that diversity is paramount to the success of any industry or company. As Maryland decides how to best legislate iGaming, I would urge the committee to set an example of how to promote woman and minority-owned businesses. There are 3 OTBs and 1 bingo hall who successfully opened B-licensed sportsbooks. All of these small businesses are woman or minority-owned. I am here today as I'm deeply concerned that these sports books will fail if not given the chance to offer iGaming and in turn compete on an equal playing ground. There is no surprise that the major sports books have dwarfed the rest. As it stands today, mobile makes up 96% of the total sports betting handle. Of that number, 97.4% are the 6 largest players. Retail for diverse sportsbooks owners like me is in peril. I'd like to underscore that retail and mobile gaming cannot be viewed as separate entities, but as 2 equally important aspects of the same business. To help minorities and women, the committee should consider a reduction in retail gaming tax. Reducing such costs and creating a more sustainable business model enables companies to employ more Marylanders, build infrastructure, and ultimately contribute to their local economies. In conclusion, Maryland has been and continues to be a leader in social and economic diversity. iGaming should be no different. With that in mind, please consider not only adding B license holders to the iGaming initiative, but also sustaining small retail sports books.
Can I see the receipt?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm honored to be here today on behalf of the Campaign for Fair Gambling. The campaign aims to use evidence to drive an advancement in consumer protection within the gambling sector. Second, we aim to reduce gambling-related harm, including the estimated 191,000 Maryland adults that are actively struggling. We know from evidence that anytime a new form of gambling is introduced, we're going to simultaneously increase the number of problems, and there will be no exception with iGambling. Headlines continue to run rampant almost daily at this point, with an increase in number of calls for help and policymakers seeking additional funding and infrastructure to address problem gambling. And while these numbers and facts are startling, there are steps that can and must be taken ultimately to minimize and reduce the harm that already exists and the impending harm that will come. Firstly, we would urge you to amend and increase the amount of funding dedicated to problem gambling within this bill. At the time that you legalized sports betting, you did not allocate any new funds. This would be an opportunity to recalibrate those shortcomings. Secondarily, this proposed legislation allows for deduction for promotional and free-to-play. Free-to-play and bonus offers that are deducted can often contribute to an increase in the amount in the market. These can often be misleading and result in players being enticed to play more than they intend or can even afford to lose. Thirdly, international markets that have had iGaming for some time are starting to become more aggressive in their pursuits and allowances. Just last week, the UK announced a stake limit of £2 for under 25s and £5 for everyone else. And they're not alone. Norway does the same with a limit or equivalent of $4. I'd be remiss given how much it's being discussed today. Live dealer table games have a considerably higher risk correlation for problem gambling than even their RNG counterparts. You've spoken a lot about New Jersey. It's often heralded as the gold standard. I'd like you to keep in mind that 6% of its adult population currently has a gambling problem. Thank you.
Levinson. You need to unmute now.
Sorry. My name is Lloyd Levinson. I'm the CEO of a law firm called Cooper Levinson, offices in Atlantic City and Las Vegas. I've been doing this gaming law work for approximately 40 years. And I'm here in support of this bill. And I'd like to talk directly to the members of your audience there who work for casinos. I listened very intently to the House committee hearing and heard you speak with great emotion and passion. But I want you to know that empirically, your concerns are unfounded, that in the locations in the states where iGaming has been legalized, there has not been a reduction in the number of casino employees. And in addition, and importantly, I can tell you from my own knowledge that the number of additional jobs that have been created as a result of live studio gaming is in New Jersey right now about 1,000. But the company that is handling the live gaming has just entered into an agreement to take more studio space. Probably will be up to, in the next couple of years, almost 2,000 new employees that will be hired as a result of studio live gaming. If you do the math, New Jersey has 9 million people, Maryland has 6 million people. So 2/3 the number of new jobs will occur in Maryland that occurred in New Jersey. I have earplugs in. I think I lost my hearing. But thank you very much for this opportunity to support this bill.
Thank you. Senator Jennings.
Just a quick question. Gentleman on the end, you're a TV production studio?
We are a media company. We actually own 70 radio stations and 2 national cable television networks we're based in Silver Spring, Maryland, and we make hours and hours and hours of original content to
So
program.
you piqued my interest because House of Cards was filmed in my district.
Yep.
Went to the sound studio. I saw the amount of economic development it brought to basically a warehouse off of I-95. So I'm trying to figure out, we watched the video of how it's done. And I guess you're gonna have a sound stage, but it will be located in Maryland?
That's correct. Yeah. Look, the idea is, I believe that, you ought to give to get. It should be a win-win. We're a media company, and right now we spend most of our money outside of the state because we get tax incentives, right? In Georgia and other places. We don't get them in Maryland because when you bring House to Cards to your district, they eat up 5 years worth of tax incentives. And so people aren't incentivized to come to Maryland because there's no support there. However, since we're based here, we have the ability to actually build a dual purpose studio that not only would be able to house our live gaming operations and do it for other people, where we would launch our online casino brand, but we also would make a commitment to bring our production to the state of Maryland to the tune of millions of dollars a year to create immediate jobs and actually spur additional production work, because there's going to be a studio that'll be built there. And I don't care if we get a tax incentive in Maryland for those productions. So it's a win-win, for the state, and there's no real opportunity cost. If you're going to do iGaming, you might as well also get something in addition to the license that would allow us to compete in the marketplace. So that's exactly what we would do.
And you are minority owned?
We are 100. My mother founded the company, and she and I own over 50% of the company. Absolutely, she's a Black woman by the name of Kathy Hughes, and we've been based in Maryland since 1997. 100% minority. We're public, but we owned, like I said, a very large percentage of the public company, and we're certified by the National Minority Supplier Development Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Your panel number 4.
Deshaun, Mike Arrington, John Babaza, Bobby Kapoor.
Happy to be here. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sushant Sid, here with Capital Strategies on behalf of Delta Bingo, Abner's Bingo, Atlantic Bingo. Our coalition of highly regulated bingo entities is favorable with amendment on Senate Bill 603. First, I want to address the issue of tethered iGaming licenses to bricks and mortar casinos. Why? Casinos in this state do not deserve any more. They have made more than enough money from the licenses that were granted in 2008. iGaming represents a new form of gaming in the state, hence we have to go to a referendum. This should be a clean slate. The state should examine all bids in the same manner, select the most innovative offers, and not just hand over a license to a company just because they won a license 15 years ago. As far as bingo, our coalition would like 2 things from this bill. Number 1, we would like more machines, consistent with the legislation this committee passed and passed the Senate last year. If we're allowing people to basically gamble anywhere, more machines for bingo halls isn't going to hurt anyone. Number 2, we would like the opportunity to run iBingo, consistent with the expectation that casinos in the state have with iGaming. Again, bingo was here first. We're good actors. We shouldn't be locked out of this, and we're just trying to innovate our industry. With that, I'll take questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
I think we have another favorable online. And then right after that, I think we have one unfavorable, right?
Yes, one more favorable. Me.
Well, we're waiting to see you. We just hear a voice right now. Are you online? There we go.
Oh, yes, here I am, right here. This is Matt Ribel. I work actually for the government, but I play poker as a side hustle. And I think the online gaming, this bill would give me an extra way I could play poker online. And I know I've been playing mostly at Maryland Live, sometimes MGM, and I know, and I'm hesitant because of my government job to play online. It's a gray area according to kind of it seems to be, although nobody's gotten arrested for it. And this was long before I started playing poker, but many of my fellow poker players say they remember from back in April of 2011, Black Friday, where several poker sites shut down. And I think the Department of Justice took all the money that the players had in their bankroll on those sites. So, and it would be great to bring the online poker, make it regulated where it is by the government, where it is safe to play. And maybe that could also reduce concerns that people are cheating. And I don't really see it's going to hurt the brick and mortar casinos that much, because I think people, when they gamble, they're still going to want to go to the casino if they want to like get together with others and have fun. So I'm sure there'll still be a lot of people going to the brick and mortar casinos. So
Okay.
I testify in favor of SB 0603.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. We have now the unfavorable online, yes? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Marcia Legg.
Yes. Hi, Chairman Gazone and everyone else. I'm going to keep it brief. Much of what I came to say has already been said. I do want to draw attention to the social impact, however. I am the CEO of Opportunity Builders Incorporated. We're located in Anne Arundel County, where we are fortunate to have live casino and hotel. We are also very fortunate to be a recipient of these local impact grants that others have spoken of so highly. What we are using our grant for this year is to create paid internship opportunities for students, high school students with disabilities. These are kids who could otherwise not access the traditional funding sources that do exist in our state. For many of them, it's a lack of transportation, maybe a lack of parental involvement or engagement, and it does prevent them, along with their disability, from being able to access some of the things that do exist. I say all that because the state funding that organizations like OBI receive for what we do, it doesn't cover what we really do. And it's kids like these that would suffer without the money that is put back into the community from these casinos. I can speak to that firsthand experience and have, many individuals with disabilities that could support that as well. I also want to speak to the populations that could desperately suffer. And I'm obviously speaking in opposition, by the way, of Senate Bill 603. The populations I'm referring to are the younger ones that others have spoken to, but I did want to point out, in case folks aren't aware, that the brain is actually still developing up until the age of 25. More specifically, it's the frontal lobe and that precortex that's responsible for decision-making, kind of the pros and cons of, well, what's going to happen if I do this? Now think of gambling. There's an obvious correlation there. The other is folks with disabilities. This would put access in the palm of their hands to gambling all the time. And at this point, I think it's clear through these conversations just here today, there's a lot of mixed data, and this would be a premature gamble for our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Okay, turns out we have a person who's signed up virtual. Just their position is just to provide info. Alan Feldman.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alan Feldman, and I currently serve as a distinguished fellow in responsible gaming at the International Gaming Institute at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I also serve as chair emeritus of the International Center for Responsible Gaming, and I chair Nevada's State Advisory Committee on Problem Gambling. I'm often asked about concerns that online gambling is potentially more harmful than its land-based counterparts. This has not proven to be true. While measures exist that can be taken by operators of both forms of gambling, internet gambling provides a unique opportunity to accurately monitor gambling behavior, which may allow interventions for those who encounter difficulties, an unquestionable benefit over land-based gambling. In an online format, all data is collected and reported accurately, including length of play, frequency of play, average wagers, total wagers for a specified period of play, trajectory of gambling, and deposits, wins, and losses. While informative, this data cannot on its own identify the potential for future gambling problems. Although we have yet to find the exact mix of data points that can identify these customers, it's something that many of us, including even for-profit companies, are striving to understand. In the future, the combination of the current activity-based indicators with those that are still in development using AI and machine learning may better capture individuals at risk for gambling problems. Researchers around the world, including our team at UNLV's International Gaming Institute, are striving to find the keys to understanding the best use of this data to inform player protection and responsible gaming policies and programs. And data from online gambling is crucial in this effort. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would also tell you that I've submitted written testimony with additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. That concludes all our virtual witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On both bills, is there anyone here who we haven't had up in favor? In favor? Okay. Favorable with amendment. Is there anybody here who has signed up on one of the two bills unfavorable and hasn't had a chance to testify yet? All right. Come on up and fill the seats up.
There's nowhere.
All right. So what I'd like you to do is give your name and your testimony, and we'll just keep moving along down the line. There. Yep.
Hello, my name is Mike Gimbel. I'm a recovering addict with 50 years worth of sobriety. And I was the Baltimore County drug czar for 20 some years. And I worked in Howard County back in the day. I've been listening to these hearings now for 2 full days, and I've come to the conclusion that this is total hypocrisy. The governor and the legislature are working very hard to deal with juvenile crime and juvenile delinquency, and we're also trying to fund our schools. But voting for internet gambling will only create more delinquents. More kids won't go to school because more kids are going to be addicted. Turning this phone into a casino is too easy for kids to do what they want to do on it. They're on it 8 to 10 hours a day. They can be in their lunchroom playing poker, and right up the hall, the faculty members could be doing the same. It's just not right, and it's not going to work. We should be happy that the casinos are giving money towards schools. And also in a casino, you don't see teenagers. They're not allowed in. They don't get in there. They don't let them come in, which is different. How do you guard them from this? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You did it, you know, we've got to find a way to find money without having to legalize more dangerous and addictive behaviors. We can't keep, we did it with pot and we did it with sports gambling. We've got to stop raising money on the backs of our kids and families. It's just not fair. Thank you.
Good day, Chair Gazone and committee. My name is Karen Miller. I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 603 regarding internet gaming. I oppose this bill. I am the Western Maryland Certified Peer Recovery Support Specialist with the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. I cover Allegheny, Garrett, Frederick, and Washington counties. I'm in recovery 3 years from gambling addiction. I gambled for 30 years. A decade was out of control. I lost self-respect, relationships, and put my family in financial ruin. My husband and children were my victims. I could never follow my intended limits or control my constant urge to gamble. I am powerless over my disease. The center's peers take calls through the 1-800-GAMBLER helpline. More and more young men are calling, seeking services, treatment, and peer support for addiction to online sports betting. I hear in their voices how I used to feel, a very similar tune of being helpless and hopeless. I'm working with a client who recently spent $20,000 in one day with credit card advances. She is in complete financial ruin, and the emotions and the sadness of her life right now are devastating. Marylanders can sit in the comfort of their home on their devices, bet on a single game, and lose their whole paycheck. It's strange how our brains won't cut off even when recognizing the damage we're causing ourselves and our families. Our brain says keep betting to recoup our losses, or that big win is coming soon. Also seeing an uptick in family members calling. These parents are desperate, uncertain what's happening with their loved ones who are out of control and on the verge of losing everything as well. These lives are affected just like any other addiction, such as drug and alcohol disorders. We hide our disease well because no one suspects anything until it's too late. Approving Senate Bill 602 will start a trend for Maryland residents to become at risk for acquiring a gambling addiction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Ken Wolfson, and I'm a certified peer support specialist with Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. Pleasure to be before you again. I'm here in opposition to SB 603. In response to the comments earlier about regulation, alcohol and cannabis are regulated in Maryland. Being underage never stopped a teen from underage drinking or cannabis use. What makes anyone think that iGaming is going to be any different? I am the very first problem gambling peer in the state of Maryland, hired in 2017. I used my lived experience to assist Marylanders caught in an endless cycle of a gambling addiction. I'm also a person in long-term recovery from alcohol and gambling addiction myself, and by the grace of God, I have over 30 years of sobriety today. So who better to speak on this subject than someone that's been there themselves? And that is the component that makes peer support shine with a history of success. We are uniquely qualified as peers to speak on an experiential level and are usually the first person in a Maryland problem gambler ever has opened up to honestly about their hidden gambling addiction. For me, gambling started off as fun, then fun with problems, then just problems. What was first a fun gambling pastime quickly grew into a full-blown, uncontrollable addiction. Simply put, gambling gave me my wings and then took away my sky. And when a problem gambler like me runs out of money, cannot secure more loans, credit cards are all maxed out, retirement accounts gambled away, the compulsive nature of gambling addiction creates financial desperation, borrowing from friends, family, and employers, lying, cheating, stealing, manipulating, and embezzling all sadly become options to quell the never-ending financial demands of this runaway addiction. An addiction fueled by constant advertising, implied limited risk, and the lure of easy money. Simply because something is highly accessible and legal does not mean it is not capable of growing addiction in Maryland on a monumental scale. I urge an unfavorable report on SB 603. Thank you.
My name is Brooks Newman, and I'm president of All State Floors, a commercial flooring and wall finish company in Maryland. I'm speaking today to express my opposition to SB 603. Our state's construction industry relies heavily on the support and patronage of local businesses. These establishments contribute to our community's economic vitality by providing employment opportunities, fostering social interactions, and supporting various local suppliers, including my company. If iGaming is implemented under SB 603, there's a considerable risk of reduced foot traffic to entertainment gaming establishments. This decline in visits to these establishments will lead to economic reductions and job losses within our community. The ripple effect of losses would extend beyond the gaming industry
and affect businesses in the vicinity, including the thousands of businesses that support these establishments. Now, based on the report that you read, and there's a lot out there, we estimate that our losses would be more than $200,000, and that represents real jobs. It's likely that the losses will not be supplemented by the perceived economic benefits of iGaming. Researchers in New Jersey found that the cannibalization and the cost of addressing the impacts of this type of gaming expansion is roughly equal to what the state's income was. Finally, I just really urge you to consider opposing this bill and really consider the impact that it's going to have on local businesses. There's a report by Rutgers University that shows that 31% of online gamblers surveyed gambled during work hours, and 25% were gambling 3 to 5 days per week during work. Just consider the impact that that's going to have on businesses. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Gazone and members of the committee. My name is Nancy Stack. Back in January of 2013, I had already been a resident of Cecil County for 15 years. I had voted to approve legalized video, lottery terminals, as well as table games in Maryland. And when I heard about an open house that Perryville Casino had to recruit table games dealers, I attended. At the time, I was working full-time at a moving company up in Philadelphia, about 90 minutes away, and had no jobs in Cecil County that would pay me that amount of money, so I had to drive. So I went to their open house and they decided to make me a poker dealer. I didn't like it, so I ended up switching over to slots. And after about a year of doing slot work, I realized that I can make the same amount of money in this casino as my Philly job and work only 40 hours a week and be 10 minutes from home. So when tables opened up, I got my way into the door there, and it's been 10 years now, and I've been a very successful table games dealer in Maryland. Fast forward to today, I'm down here at Ocean Downs, bought a house, and maintain a decent quality of life. I am now concerned with 10 years left of work and retirement, the checkered flag is waving, that iGaming is going to take that all away from me. I saw firsthand how sportsbook going to internet affected the kiosk lines at the casino. They disappeared. We no longer had that same foot traffic coming into the casino to place their sports bet on the kiosks. Now they all sit at home and do it. All my coworkers do it every break. That's all they do is iGaming on their Delaware apps. 80% of my income comes from tips. If I don't have customers coming to the casino, I can't make money. My retirement is in jeopardy. My whole future is in jeopardy. Please do not pass SB 603 and 565. Thank you. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Dee Collins and I live in Prince George's County and work at MGM National Harbor. I'm a member of Unite Here Local 25. I'm urging you to vote no on Senate Bill 0603 and 565 in reference to internet gaming. This bill will be a job killer for casino workers like myself, because at this time I have really good benefits and wages at my job, which has allowed me to take care of myself and my family and even purchase my first home. And like she said, with the iGaming, right now I have an amazing, affordable, employer-paid healthcare and even a pension plan that I can retire on. These are the things that come with a union contract, and there just aren't enough jobs like this out there at the moment. I also make money in tips just like she does, which I worry could go down if iGaming is made legal in the state of Maryland. Even if I keep my job, my take-home pay could decrease because of iGaming will put my job at risk as well as my coworkers' jobs at risk. In other places where it's passed, the number of jobs inside casinos has dropped. Each person who loses a job because of iGaming at a union casino is someone who can't buy their home or who can't afford to go to the doctor and can't retire and spend time with their families. Is that really something that you all want to support? And that's all I have to say.
Any questions for this panel? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Peskin, and I'm a third-year law student with the University of Maryland's Public Health Law Clinic. And today I'm testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 603, a bill that creates an authorization and implementation plan for iGaming in the state. Currently, 6 out of 7 states with iGaming provide consumers with an easily accessible, detailed summary of their gaming habits. When consumers can request their gaming history, they can see statistics like how much money they're spending every day, week, and month on the platform, and they can also get an even further breakdown of how much they're actually spending on each individual game within the app. The National Council on Problem Gambling's policy suggestions go further. They suggest that iGaming platforms routinely send users reports of their playing data. Sending these reports guarantees that users can see summaries of their gaming use rather than relying on customers to know that they have access to their data to take advantage of the opportunity to then actually request a report. Ultimately, by failing to include any measures giving users access to their playing information, SB 603 seriously harms Marylanders because access to this data can empower consumers to take control of their gambling addiction. I have several friends who struggle with gambling addiction, especially for sports wagering, and honestly, I'm not surprised. As a sports fan myself, anytime I listen to an O's or Georgia Bulldogs podcast, I can hear an ad for FanDuel or DraftKings. If I weren't a broke law student, I'd honestly be seriously tempted to participate. Even though online sports betting and iGaming are different, they're both still forms of gambling. I can only imagine that if my friends had access to their gaming habits then well, that said, if my friends could see a report of their gaming tendencies, I'm certain that they would have the information necessary to take control of their addiction and seek help. Thank you.
That's okay.
Thanks. I'm okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question, but I don't want to embarrass her further, but I want to say welcome to Amanda. She was my student last year.
Good to meet you.
Thank you. You did a good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. No. Please.
For information.
Me? All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Marcela del Rosario Burbano de Lara, and I am here to urge you to vote against this bill. I am Hispanic from Ecuador, and I moved here to the United States in the early 2000s. I work in a casino in Delaware, and then I was blessed by having a wonderful opportunity to work at Live Casino and Hotel Maryland, where I have been working for the last 12 years. I love Maryland Live, and thanks to them, I have achieved what many call the American dream. Live Casino has provided me with the tools I need to grow. I have been promoted 4 times, and I was given the opportunity to launch the opening of our casino in Philadelphia. I have become self-sufficient, earn a good living, all my credit cards are paid off, I'm saving to buy a house, but more than anything, I have been able to help all of my family. Live paid for my dealer school classes, 2-year retail management degree, a 6 Sigma certificate. I have full healthcare, 401k company match, paid time off, and a team that I truly care for, which consists of many other Hispanic people like me that were given the opportunity to progress with very little English. I am very concerned about the pending legislation on internet gaming, The launch of internet gaming will almost certainly impact the departments where most of our Hispanic employees work: EBS, housekeeping, table games. If iGaming is approved, our business will suffer, and these individuals who are also working to achieve the American dream will almost certainly lose their job. Less people coming to our property will mean less need for dealers and less need for EBS and housekeeping attendants. These are hardworking people trying to improve their lives and the lives of their families. It brings me much worry to think that this bill, if passed, will significantly hurt my colleagues and friends. On behalf of myself and all of others who still believe that hard work pays off, I believe that iGaming will disproportionately hurt my Hispanic college. I urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Senate Budget and Taxation. My name is Althea Lynn. I am a bartender at Live Casino and Hotel. I was hired 1 week after the casino opened in 2012. I am here to share my story of how Live has helped me and my family and why I'm opposed to iGaming in the state of Maryland. I was born and raised in Maryland, and I live in Pasadena. I have been in the beverage industry my entire career. Before joining Live, I worked in some small bars and nightclubs. I came from a family that was on public assistance. My father was an addict, and my mother did the best she could for my siblings and myself. We were often on food stamps, and we had very little and scraped by each week just to be fed. Working in the beverage service industry, I often worked double shifts and 2 jobs to get by. While I had high hopes to do better than my parents, I wasn't sure if it would happen. Live has given me that opportunity. Now at Live, I have a steady job. I earn over $100,000 a year. I have a 401k plan with a company match. I have paid time off, sick leave, bereavement leave, and health benefits. Live has also given a medical clinic that I can go to on a moment's notice free of charge. I have received bonuses every year at Live, which I did not get in small bars. My husband and I have 4 children, 2 girls, 2 boys. My oldest daughter is 22 and now works with me at Live. My other daughter just graduated college, and a bit of coincidence, her graduation ceremony was at Live in the hall. My 2 boys are both younger, 15 and 10, and every night they hear me talk about how I enjoy working at Live. With my income and that of my husband's, I was able to buy a home, help pay for my daughter's college, and even went to Jamaica last year to renew my wedding vows with my husband and children. Not too bad for a bartender. Every day at Live, I get to greet customers and get to know them. Some have become friends. Just last week, I had an older couple sit at my bar, chatted with them for over an hour, and they were so delightful when they left, and they thanked me for my kindness and personal touch, and it warmed my heart. If iGaming is approved, people will have no reason to come to our property, be able to game from their phone or wherever they are. They will not get the same guest experience that I have to offer. This will hurt my guests, and it will hurt Live, and it will hurt me. I will lose guests, friends, and coworkers. I am truly afraid if iGaming passes, it will seriously hurt my job, my income, my job security, and that of my coworkers. After finally finding a safe, secure place to work, iGaming will take much of that away. I urge you to please vote against SB 603 and 565.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of this committee. My name is Richard Wilt. I'm Executive Vice President of United Food and Commercial Workers Union Local 27. We represent employees in 3 of the 6 casinos in Maryland currently: Maryland Live Casino, Hollywood Casino in Perryville, and Rocky Gap. We currently represent approximately 3,000 employees in the gaming industry and over 15,000 employees across industries statewide. I have submitted written testimony, which I respectfully urge the committee to review, but in the interest of time, I'll be brief tonight. It's pretty much undisputed that iGaming will significantly reduce visits to traditional brick and mortar casinos. When, not if, volume is reduced to gaming properties, it will adversely affect our members and the prospects of job security for those remaining. We only need to look at Pennsylvania as an example. As per reports from the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board, despite 5 new casinos opening, the workforce of Pennsylvania casinos has suffered a cut of nearly 10%, with more than 2,000 employees losing their jobs. Since casino gaming was legalized in Maryland, we have negotiated 5 labor agreements at Maryland Live, 3 labor agreements at Hollywood Casino in Perryville, and 2 labor agreements in Rocky Gap. Each of those bargaining sessions, our members were able to secure higher pay, benefit improvements, and confidence in their career selection. Our members, many of whom came from industries that shut down in the last recession, finally felt they had some job security. To state it clearly, iGaming is a jobs killer. Everywhere it has been introduced, it reduced staff at brick and mortar casinos. When, not if, that happens in Maryland, it will hurt our members and your constituents. We urge you to please vote against both of these bills. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Senate Budget Taxation Committee. My name is Shane Sterry. I am the Assistant Vice President of the Seafarers Entertainment and Allies Trade Union. Between Hollywood Casino Perryville and Maryland Live, our union represents well over 1,000 workers just in this state of Maryland. We also represent thousands of casino workers across the country. As a union, we have personal experience with internet gaming. On that basis, I am here today to oppose Senate Bill 0603. The most conservative reports about iGaming in Maryland suggest that well over 2,000 jobs will be lost if iGaming passes. A study by Anne Arundel County Chamber of Commerce projected 2,700 jobs here will be lost in the county. As a union that works hard to protect our members and to ensure we get our fair share of the profit casino operators make, it's always my sense that obstacles we faced were the casino owners. With the introduction of this bill, it is now clear to me that it's not just casino owners who we must deal with, but our own elected legislators. By passing this bill, you are directly saying 2,000 jobs are not important, and that the revenue of the state is more important than those jobs. As I'm sure everyone here knows, just last month, New York Governor Kathy Hochul withdrew her 2025 budget plans for iGaming for the second consecutive year. Members of her staff noted that it was the job losses, social risks, and that's what prompted her decision both times. She pushed iGaming back to 2025 at a minimum. I also have 500 individually signed letters from employees at Maryland Live that I'd like to submit to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for that panel?
There's one more.
He's up for information.
Okay.
Questions for the panel? Thank you very much. Well, you're it. I bet you didn't want to be it, but you're it.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm sorry to keep you here for another 2 minutes. It's been a long day for all of you, I'm sure. My name's Brian Gordon. I'm a principal with a company called Applied Analysis. We prepared a study related to iGaming on 3 specific topics. First, we analyzed the performance of iGaming in other states to develop estimates for revenue in the state of Maryland. We estimated on the first year of operations, iGaming revenue could reach in excess of $500 million. Going forward by 2030, we estimate those revenue figures could exceed $1.1 billion. These estimates assume essentially that the average household spends approximately $200 on iGaming activity. That's 0.21% of their personal income. So less than half of 1% of their earnings would be spent on iGaming activity. Secondly, our analysis focused on a number of licenses or skins you've heard a lot about within the iGaming market. In 2023, New Jersey reported $1.9 billion with 33 skins, and Pennsylvania reported $1.7 billion of iGaming revenue with 19 skins. More skins translates into more gaming revenue. Our baseline Maryland estimates assume 2 skins per license, or a total of 12 licenses overall. Assuming more skins in Maryland, are considered, upwards of 23 that you've heard about here today, iGaming revenues could exceed $1.4 billion by the year 2030. That would be a 25% increase over the baseline $1.1 billion in revenue. That means more tax revenues more quickly for the state of Maryland. Third, we evaluated overall cannibalization of brick and mortar casinos. Those that have aggressively adopted iGaming avenues within their states have experienced increases in brick and mortar casino activity, not losses. A multi-channel approach to gaming products suggests that revenues increase across the industry. Gains in overall revenues have translated into increased tax dollars for state and local governments. We've submitted written testimony as well as our study for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this last witness? Thank you very much. Appreciate you staying. That concludes the hearing for today and concludes our